Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome to the series finale of A Silent Harvest, a Nerds with Dice actual play of Rocket Club, a new game from Evil Hat created by M. Hubbard that is currently in open playtesting through the end of May 2026. Please check out the link on the Evil Hat website. That's evilhat.com/rocket-club. And in the description below. I'm super excited. This has been such a wonderful experience. All of you here at the table with me are so fantastic at what you do and have put so much into this. And the game itself, for those of you who are joining, and if this is your first episode, go back, right? Like, you're not going to know what's happening right now. Go watch the earlier stuff.
This is a weird place to join the story for sure.
The finale won't make sense. If you want to try, you're welcome to be here. But go back. Everybody here at the table who you're seeing around me has done incredible work top to bottom on the previous sessions. Check it out. If you want to play the game and you go to the website that I mentioned, you can actually download a copy of the 172-page PDF for free alongside some supporting materials. All that they ask and that we ask is that you give feedback if you have it, so that this game that is in open playtesting can go from its already great state to the best place it could possibly be by the time it publishes, hopefully sometime next year. With that having been said, we're very eager to dive in. So before we head into a totally chill and not at all stressful moment in the lives of these characters, let's say hello to our table. Hi, table. I'd love to kick it first to Quinn.
Hey everybody, my name is Quinn. I use any and all pronouns. I am playing Joey Sharp, who uses he, they pronouns. Joey is the genius archetype playbook reputation. Words are difficult. I forget what it's called in this game. I think it's reputation. I got there at the end.
Reputation.
Yep.
You got there.
Everything is going great. Everything is so fine and so normal, and nothing bad is happening, and we aren't afraid for our lives. And I will pass it next to me over to Mary.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary. My pronouns are she, her. Today, I am playing Bree, who is also uses she, her pronouns. She is the trouble reputation and has her bat ready to go. And I will popcorn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Mary. I'm Matt, he, him. I'm playing Chris, he, they, who's the hero reputation kid, who's dealing with the scary idea of possibly being infected with alien skin, but the part that is still human is grappling with the even scarier idea of talking with his crush, Sam. I'm super jazzed, super pumped to see how this goes, and I'll popcorn it over to Jilly.
I forgot you might be an alien now. Hi.
With the Mega Man arm.
Yeah. If you're going to go body part to turn alien, I feel like arm is the best choice. Maybe leg, because you could have one of those cool knife legs, you know? Like that character in Kingsman. Anyway, this is not the point. Hi, I'm Jilly. My pronouns are she, her. I'm look at Jilly most places on the internet. I'm playing Frankie, whose pronouns are she, they. And Frankie is the royalty reputation. She is the niece of the mayor. And the mayor is having, well, we maybe melted the mayor. Maybe we didn't melt the mayor. The condition of the mayor is undecided at present. But certainly there was an alien pretending to be the mayor. So Frankie's having a day. She is, wait, I'm going to read off the list of things that I am right now because I feel like it's relevant. She is grossed out, stressed, scuffed, and scattered right now. So a lot of alliterative S's, which pleases me. Grossed out was first, so I didn't know I was making alliteration then. Forgive me.
It's all right. So I a couple things I want to say there before I technically introduce myself, because I'm pretty sure I didn't do that earlier, and I'm sorry about that. I'm just talking at you, and you don't know who I am. That's rude. I'm Danny. Hi. He, him. And I am your guide today. And a couple of things I want to mention. So with the conditions that Jilly just read out for Frankie, those conditions are 4, you'll notice. And most of the time for a character, that would already mean that they are crashed out, meaning they cannot do anything until they clear a condition, right? That can narratively manifest in a bunch of
Built
different ways.
different.
Physical, emotional. That's what it is. Honestly, the royalty reputation is mechanically built different. Can take one more condition, but is at max right now. So if Frankie takes one more condition without clearing any of these, Frankie crashes out. And the only way to get out of that is to clear a condition, which you cannot do with a catastrophe, which, to remind everybody at home and the people here playing, is when you choose to take a crisis on your side effect die before you've rolled in relation to one of your conditions, essentially cathartically embracing that condition in a way that is catastrophic for the player characters, and then it goes away, right? Which, again, for the sake of the story, to be clear, this is how the game approaches it, doesn't mean it magically disappears. It means it stops being something that is going to stop the character from being able to do X, Y, or Z, right? So it still persists as something that that exists in the narrative. It just is no longer hindering them. They've gotten to a point of dealing with it where they can manage it, essentially, more or less, one way or another. I also want to take a quick note about reputations real quick, right? Because we touched on what the question is of like what that's called. The reason M decided to call these reputations is because they're not actually about who you are. They're about who people think you are, right? They're about how you are perceived. And that is part of why mechanically, when somebody confesses a secret to another player character, and then that player character supports them, and then they're able to clear out that secret and advance, one of the things that they can do is not just take a move from another reputation, they can change their reputation entirely into another one if they feel that that is what makes sense for their character and the story. So that's why it's called a reputation. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Legally distinct TEDDE talk. Yeah, TED Talk. All right. With that having been said, we are returning to Oakhaven. Spring 1996. The cicadas are loud and the people are quiet. We are told from a very young age that the adults have everything under control. We trust the familiar faces of our teachers, our neighbors, our parents. We believe that if we follow the rules, if we stay within the perfectly manicured, symmetrical grid of our historic town, we will be safe. We let the warm glow of the antique street lamps convince us that the dark isn't really there. But growing up is, in many ways, the terrifying realization that the adults cannot always save us. Sometimes the faces we trust are just masks. Sometimes the people we look up to are hollowed out, replaced by something cold, something calculating, something hungry. Just a few hours ago, 4 middle schoolers shattered the illusion of their quiet town. They plunged into the earth beneath the old grain silo, discovering a sprawling subterranean nightmare. They found their loved ones suspended in fluid, their town being harvested for parts. And as they narrowly escaped through having then made their way to a lab skylight at dusk, they looked up to see a pair of something they don't know, watching them from the void over the town. The universe is vastly larger and vastly more dangerous than they ever knew. Now, bruised, exhausted, burdened by secrets that they can no longer keep, the Rocket Club is huddled in a CRT-lit back room of Be Kind Rewind. There is a stolen piece of technology that has just come to life on the table, casting a harsh, glowing map across the room. A countdown has begun. The silent harvest is entering its final cycle. Tonight is about the terror of stepping up where there is no one left to stand in front of you. It's about duct taping together a miracle out of scavenged parts and desperate hope. And it is about realizing that when the world tries to strip away who you are, the only way to survive is to lean on the people around you who show up. With that said, we're going to pick up right where we left off. In the back room of Be Kind Rewind, your sanctuary, your headquarters. The only real light coming off of this come from the screens around you, CRT televisions and such, casting long flickering shadows over rows of VHS tapes that are still stored back there among your stuff. There are adults here, which is unusual. Frankie's mom is sitting in quiet shock, while Franny is nursing the injury she sustained during your escape. Not quite an adult, but the oldest of your club, Sam, is shivering, terrified, having just been brought back from the brink, having seen a simulacrum of her mom popped open under the wheels of Frankie's rocket rig, and her head looking up at her, screaming while shooting out smoke and viscera into the sky. Joey, you're tending to Chris's incapacitated arm, showing a gentle caregiving side that Franny took notice of. And Chris, you're sitting quietly, reflecting on your perceived failure to save Sam's mom, thinking about the promise you made to do that and letting its weight be felt. Frankie, you've been carefully examining this alien technology that Bree stole from the underground lab. It led to information overload and crushing pressure, not just from this, but from everything. And they're taking their toll. You lashed out a little bit. The room's a little quiet. You're withdrawn into yourself, and that is the moment that the alien technology sitting on the table decides to turn on. It sparks to life, casting a harsh, sudden light across what now feels like a cramped room, sounding a low alarm that you all know signals an immediate escalating something. You see a network map projected upward, illuminating your bruised and exhausted faces in an eerie, unfamiliar glow. That breaks the silence. The machine you were just analyzing is alive. What do you do?
I think instinctively Frankie puts like a rag over it. Like that's gonna solve the problem.
I will say the rag does dampen the light that goes through, but the light still makes its way through the rag. So you're just seeing like less detail in what's projected out through the textured by the rag. But the rag does just fall on top of it. The sound is slightly dampened also. The sound is clearly coming from the thing. So very slightly dampened by the rag.
I think Joey's first instinct is just like, turn it off, what did you do?
If I knew that, then I would have turned it on. If I knew how to turn it off, then I wouldn't have turned it on.
How did you turn it on?
I don't know.
I'm gonna run over and look at it. I'm assuming I also don't know how to turn it off. To be very clear, Joey doesn't know how alien technology works. And there's like it's the instinct of like, what if I just start pressing buttons, going with the like, no, definitely don't do that. So he like reaches a hand out and immediately pulls it back. Like, no, don't touch that. I don't know what any of that does.
This is how your arm becomes an alien. I'm just saying.
Well, I was about
It
to
is,
say,
yeah.
so Chris was not the only one who was exposed
Mhm.
to some of that alien skin.
Mhm.
So how's your hand feeling as you get close to that?
I hope normal.
Do you want to roll about it?
Sure.
All right.
Does my
I'm
hand
gonna
want
say,
me to do something?
I'm going to say that you start to feel something in the
Mhm.
hand that was exposed to this alien skin in the proximity of this item. What we're going to roll about is how successful you are at doing whatever you want to do about that. You don't understand what it wants right now. You don't understand what it's trying to do, but it is reacting to that technology in a way that you remember being similar to how I believe it was Chris's hand reacted to the technology in the lab, right? What do you want to do with that when that happens?
I don't know how much time I have here, but what I'm imagining Joey doing instinctively in mimicking what Chris had done earlier, where Chris had kind of worked with the hand, was like looking down like, do I trust you at my own hand? Because I'm like, is this helping or hurting? And if it's possible, like, I want to kind of look over at Chris. Like, do we trust that? Are our hands helping us or hurting us?
I mean, my hand helped me last time, so I think we can trust. I think you can trust your hand.
Okay, and I'm just gonna let it do whatever it wants to do then.
All right, so
Because I
still
trust
want to.
Chris, but yeah, I'll still roll for it.
I still want this to be a roll, but my first question is, what trait are you rolling with to let this skin trust in the alien skin?
I trust in the skin.
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah, what trait am I rolling? That's a fantastic question. Maybe grace? Maybe?
I think grace works. No, I
Yeah.
buy grace.
Hmm.
My question then to you, Matt, is Chris willing to take a risk here in a way that could help mechanically? Are you giving the help action?
Absolutely.
That,
Believe in the
Yeah,
skin
I love
hands.
that. all right. So, what do you have in grace for Joey?
I have one.
So you're going to have 2 rerolls now. Go ahead and roll me a 3d6 and let me know what the results are.
While I'm rolling, I'd love to know, like, what is Chris doing specifically to help? Like, because I'm almost imagining, like, yeah, like you reaching out your hand too.
Yeah, Chris is going to move forward and essentially put his hand by your hand and be like, okay, by our powers combined, we can do this.
So you're trying to summon Captain Planet from this alien tech.
I just rolled 3 6s.
No! That is incredible.
The power of
Okay.
the skin hands.
The power of the skin hands. So for those at home, that is a full success on the outcome, something extra on the side effect that you get to determine,
Mhm.
some small additional action related to what you're trying to do that you can accomplish, and you do it with love. Remind me, Quinn, for Joey, is love an impulse or a question?
It is a question.
Okay. What is the question?
The question is, how is it more complicated than love? And do I can go ahead and do
Okay.
that first before we get into anything else? Okay.
Yes, please.
I mean, I think love is a really great mood here, given the conversation that Joey and Chris just had. Like, we were just talking about our crushes, and now we are putting our hands forward together and trusting in each other, trusting in whatever the heck this is, which is just, it's a funny joke, but it's also, I think, very emotional to, like, all this time, I think since the beginning, we've had this thing on us that has been terrifying and scary and weird and potentially turning us into aliens, making us not ourselves. And now we're choosing to trust whatever this thing wants to do, wants to show us, wants to tell us. So I think there is a lot of love in this moment. There's love, that Joey has for Chris as a really good friend. Based on the conversation that they just had, love is very on Joey's mind. And there's also still hesitant trust. Like, Joey is very hesitant and scared, but willing. So it's a very complicated kind of love, just like a lot of love is for Joey. Not that he knows that yet. And yeah, we will put our hand forward together and just trust what's going to happen.
I love that. I'm going to ask also because of the help action here. How does Chris feel about the same thing in this moment? It's not exactly rules as written, but I would love to know how Chris feels about love, how it's more than love as well.
Yeah, I think that Chris, I mean, he's grappling with the idea of talking with Sam about how he feels. And there's a little part of him that is like, maybe if I can get this stuff accomplished, maybe if we can save everyone, if I can save her mom, then I'll be good enough to confess. And so I feel like all these actions, like, I think that as he was walking over to Joey, he probably just took a look in Sam's direction, just a quick one, and used that as like additional motivation of like, yeah, we're going to get this done. We're going to do this. And then I will talk to you. As soon as I save the world, I'll be brave enough to talk to you.
I love that. I think that's awesome. And as the two of you feel the skin that has melded with yours and both is and is not yours in a way that you can't easily explain to yourself, but that you do feel clearly is true, reacts to this machine. The machine itself reacts to it. Now, before I resolve the success and the something extra, we have a flashback that this triple can give us. Would you like to embrace the opportunity to experience a flashback with love?
Yeah, I think that makes sense for this moment.
Okay, as a reminder to the folks at home and everybody at the table, this flashback can be from a few minutes ago or it could be from years ago. It would be in some way something that for your character, it makes sense to have come to them in this moment. And it would be in the mood that you rolled, which is why I mentioned love. If you embrace it, you get to mark an experience. I will say before you go into this flashback, you remember, as your hand and Chris's are so close to each other now reaching this, that Kaysen is also there in your HQ with you right now. And when you are thinking about and feeling these feelings around love, you see Kaysen watching you with awe and admiration, and you see his eyes go down to the alien technology that you two are touching, seeing the skin reacting in undulating fashion on the front of your hands in ways that you can lightly feel, but he can clearly see. And you see his eyes react to that, but not with dread or concern over the movement of the skin. He's watching in a way that you can clearly feel how close your and Chris's hands are getting to each other. And with that, tell me what you would like to get into as a flashback.
Yeah, I think the thing that immediately comes to my mind, and it's not anything that we've talked about. I know we did a lot of like backstory and character creation and town creation and stuff, which is a great part of this game. But I think given the moment and given that it's love and given that the person that I'm doing this with is Chris, the thing that immediately flashes back in my mind is the like Chris and Joey being the computer people joke that was made in session 1. I think there's an earlier moment, maybe from when we were both a lot newer to the Rocket Club, of Chris and Joey working together on some kind of project. and having to like work side by side with each other in a way that just feels really reminiscent of this. But a lot more awkward because we were like didn't know each other nearly as well, and we're kind of trying to figure out like, hey, who are you? What is this like Rocket Club thing? Like both of us as significantly younger preteens, and somehow, some way in the conversation, computers getting brought up, and then in that like, you know, kids who find a similar interest / maybe hyperfixation. Just we talked about computers for like several hours. We just got on this big long computer back and forth conversation about this mutual interest while simultaneously working and building something together. And I think that that might have been one of Joey and Chris's like first or earliest interactions. And that's the thing that comes to Joey's mind now is like, even though all of what we're doing is very different scale, very new, very scary. We have not done alien threats before, but we've worked together as a team for such a long time, and we've built things together before, and we've done hard things together before. And that right now, even though I'm aware of Kaysen watching me, the thing that is powering Joey forward in this moment is more the love of his friends.
I love that. Since you helped, Chris, and since you are present in Joey's mind, I would like to know how you experience the same memory.
Yeah, I think that Chris, when he initially joined, I mean, he like Quinn said, you know, we were awkward. We were trying to fit in, and I think that in that moment there was just one thing that like sparked everything, was just Chris having an inexplicable lack of understanding of MS-DOS. He's like, how do you even start with this? What? Do you just memorize everything? And I feel like when Chris blurts that out in just this moment of vulnerability, Joey is able to help and possibly commiserate a bit with the steep learning curve of the software.
I love that. That's awesome. So yeah, Quinn, you can for Joey mark an experience for embracing that. And in this moment, in your success, since you rolled something extra, this is going to be interesting. Okay, this is how I'm going to do this. Your hands, and by that I mean first the alien skin, and then the part of it that is also you now, because having been on you for as long as it has now, it would be difficult to determine where you end and it begins, right? In a way you don't have any reason or way to understand, but in a way that you can feel, right?
And don't super like, to be very clear. Not a fan.
Yeah. You and it, if there is a distinction to be made anymore, grab on to this console. Underneath the rag that Frankie tossed over it, sliding your hands under and making contact. So you don't totally see what happens next. But the lights go out. And then the lights of the CRT monitors go out. And the room is plunged into darkness. And the humming sound that you heard off of it is gone. And the humming sound that had been getting louder from the silo all the way in another part of town, you can't hear that anymore either. And the way it left wasn't like the sound shut off. The way it left was like the sound was sucked out into the vacuum of space. You get hit with a bright light that you're not sure actually exists outside of you, that takes over your field of vision. And when I say you, I do not just mean Joey. I do not just mean Chris. I mean all of you. And when it clears, you find yourself younger. You're not holding the console anymore, Joey, Chris. You're smaller. The air smells like pine needles and damp earth instead of ozone or rocket fuel. You're standing in the deep woods of Oak Haven, and it is 1994. The trees around you stretch up infinitely. Their bark is shifting and glowing like the alien honeycombs that some of you saw inside of the grain silo. The sky above isn't the setting sun you might remember from this storied day. It is a shimmering, impossible void. When you stare at it, it feels like something that you are not built to process. And you feel your mind humming, trying to catch up to doing something it wasn't built to do. Watching you from that void, taking up the entire horizon you can see, are two massive galaxy-patterned eyes. You feel whatever it is that you saw behind the grain silo, searching you for something. In the infinite branches above, owls begin to descend. But these aren't the owls you remember. As they swoop down, they wear the unblinking two wide smiles of the adult simulacra that you saw in the grain silo. Their feathers dissolving into black smoke and viscera. What do you do? I will say technically, I owe you, you accomplished some small additional action related to what you were trying to do that you get to determine, Quinn, not me. So you can deploy that whenever you'd like.
Is true, I do. Can the something extra be, because it seems like we are now, I think out of character, I know this, I think in character Joey doesn't. Can Joey have a little bit of additional information of like where we are, basically? Like, have we legitimately been transported back in time? Are we inside of our own memories, which is my running theory? Are we in like just a simulation this thing is showing us? Did we all just die? Like, can the something extra just be Joey has an innate sense of what's happened to us, so he's maybe a touch less panicked than everybody else?
I will say this, whatever has happened, you can all feel each other. Okay. Meaning your emotional states are sensible to you. Think about having your empathy turned up way high, right? So Frankie, for example, remind us of your 4 conditions.
Okay. I am grossed out. I am stressed, scuffed, and scattered.
You all feel that right now. It's only mechanically, I'm going to do this rules as written, going to impact Frankie's rolls. But as long as Frankie has those conditions, you feel that. Chris, what conditions do you have?
Pressure.
Feel that. Bree?
Mine is self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay. So that sense of inevitability is something you all feel as well. And Joey?
Overwhelmed.
Y'all are picking that up too. You look around you and you don't see Amelie, you don't see Franny. You get a sense Kaysen might be somewhere. You do see in the distance what looks like an outline of Sam. Because Sam was there. Sam was there on the Day of the Owl in 1994. Sam was clutch the Day of the Owl in 1994. Sam was a hero on that day. But Sam is not close enough to all of you for you to feel the same thing that you feel off of each other. And in the impossible landscape that you are in right now, you don't know if she's 30 feet away or a million miles. You don't know if you could reach her in a minute or you could run for the rest of your life and never get there. You only have each other right now and this thing that you're facing and your ability to connect with each other through all of what you're feeling. I will tell you, Quinn, Joey knows that he's not dead. Joey knows that this is not over. Joey knows that this is something that this creature is doing to try to find more information. You don't know how their technology works. It does seem most likely, probably to Joey, if you would agree, that this is a diving into your collective consciousness that is somehow networked.
Mhm.
But it's not impossible that that could live alongside some kind of folding of time and space. The thing that gives the most clarity is that if you figure out what it wants to find before it finds it, or if you figure out a way back out of this before it can get to what it's looking for, that's probably going to be better for you.
Perfect. I think Joey just looks around at the others who they can now feel so connected to and just says, it's looking for something. We either need to get out before it finds it or find it first. I don't know what it's looking for.
In which case, I think Frankie, who is in defense position, is going to look both directions and is going to, because she is assuming that because this thing is still here with us, it doesn't know where what it's looking for is. So she is gonna, I think, truly being scattered, she's just gonna take off in a direction.
I mean, that's entirely fair. My question is, what direction? Like, I know we're doing theater of the mind, so like toward Sam, toward the sky, like toward the place where these eyes, for lack of a better term, are looming.
No,
away, like
directly
deeper into the
off-
woods.
into the woods, away from the doom thing.
Cool. We'll resolve that in a second. I would like to know what everybody would like to do at the same time, if that's okay, so that I can figure out how to resolve everything. Who would like to let me know next?
I think Bree is going to try and think over of what happened because she hasn't been touched by the goo yet.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I think what she's going to do, there's kind of like a mischievous smile that goes on her face because they're looking for something. But if we manipulate the memory to be something different, maybe that's a way we can get out. It's trying to delve into our minds, but if we don't let it see what actually happened, and if we do something completely different, that's kind of her focus. So I think she is going to think back to like the domino effect of this incident and try and do like opposite day of it. So like if we went originally left, she's going to go right.
I love that. So I'm actually going to ask with that, what is the part of the owl incident that either means most or sticks out most in the memory, the mind, the heart of Bree?
I think for Bree, it was twofold because there was the greater thing of this was the first time that we were able to work together and not just have that competitive mindset because we all are very good at what we do. And sometimes that pits kids against each other. But I think it was a moment where we all figured out what the other person needed. And we actually were able to act on it instead of like exploiting it. Kind of like there was a choice being made in this moment of how we were going to progress as a group. But for Bree, more so, it was where she felt like she could finally rely on someone.
I love that. So,
Yeah.
who was it that she could finally rely on specifically? Was it the whole group? Was it somebody in the group?
I think it was the whole group because, well, she's been close to Chris since she was like tiny. She never lets people in. It is very much, here's the facade. This is who you see today. That is all. This moment, like, Bree is terrified of birds. She hates them. Like, they're cool if they're behind a glass, but this was like very much worst case scenario for Bree, and it was the first time she ever froze. Normally, she is very much of the fight, flight, freeze, fawn. She's a fighter. This time, she froze, and she needed help. And also, it was the ground's really hard to get around on. And while her rocket rig was okay at that point, something went wrong with it, and she needed help from everybody. And she had to actually not fight the help this time and actually accept it.
Copy that. As she did that, you are deciding as her again or she is deciding in this moment again to turn around, right? To turn away from that moment, because what she finds herself in here is the position, as best she can remember it, where she was when that happened. So you mentioned if she went, in one direction, she would then go in another. As she realizes that she is in that spot where this crucible was, forged, you feel a hunger from the space around you that indicates that there may be something to that they want, and that there may be something to the idea that you have that is worth trying out. I do want to make this a roll. So in the context of you need to do something different to try to rewrite this or move away, being the plan that you stated, right? From whatever it's trying to look for, trying to take it off the trail. What trait would you use to do that? And what specifically from a narrative perspective are you doing?
So I think for this one, I actually see it as design, because it's not so much as barreling through things like she always does. This is very intricate. Remember the memory, do the opposite. Kind of setting up a new domino effect. So I think it's going to be design. And then the thing, like the action narratively that she's doing is, I think if we are, she made the ultimate horror movie mistake of, I'll go check out the noise.
Right.
She instead is going to go to basically whatever their camp set up and get things ready for whatever is about to happen. Like prepare for it instead of charge right in.
I love that. Go ahead and let me know what you have in design.
I have 1 in design.
Cool. Please roll me 3d6. Oh, and I'm sorry, your condition is?
My condition is self-fulfilling prophecy. So the Inevitably, I will be always the trouble. I will be the problem.
I think, though, it will not apply because you are specifically choosing to break that pattern and break away from it. So you'll have your one reroll. Go ahead and roll 3d6, please.
All right. We got a 5, a 4, and a 1.
Okay, that is a success for the outcome. You look cool doing it with that 4, and your 1 is fear. Is fear an impulse or a question?
For me, it's an impulse. It's my secret impulse. I'm going to deny the impulse right now.
Okay.
Because
you
I
can
don't.
also re-roll if you
Oh,
want.
yeah,
You
I
can
do have a
re-roll.
reroll. I'm going to try and reroll that. See if we can find something a little bit less difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, much better. This is a 2.
Okay, that's sadness. Is that a question or an impulse for you?
Yeah, this is a question mark. Or question. Duh. What sensations spark your sadness? I think that there is a level of carefreeness that this earlier version of Bree had, of like not understanding the cruelty quite yet.
Yeah.
And there is a longing for that person again.
That makes sense. You are rewriting reality around you, Bree. You succeed in doing that with not barreling through, but taking your time to consider what it needs to be and doing that. And you look really cool doing it. So what I'll say about my side before I hand it over to you to describe how you look cool doing it is you feel whatever this is upset. It's angry at you in a way that makes you feel like it is frustrated, like it has been stopped from going at what it wanted. And that does reaffirm the idea that you're on a potentially fruitful path. How do you look cool doing that?
So I think that she remembers where the exact like potholes were in the ground. And so she's just weaving through, getting to their little like tent setup where they have all of their gear. And she's going to start getting out the things that we needed to make that net rig to get them set out. But basically, as she starts noticing that it is getting frustrated, she's just going to say, "That's right, buddy. Focus on me." To basically buy everybody else time. That is like exact. Like it is the, oh, you're mad? Fantastic. You're just feeding me.
I love that so much. All right. Joey, you are in the moment that was the exact moment during the owl incident where you felt most powerless, isolated, and terrified. What's going on?
Yeah, I think that Joey does like birds. Joey is not afraid of birds like Bree, but I think that Joey underestimated the situation a little bit to start because birds aren't gonna, they're birds. I like birds. Joey's favorite bird has since become the eagle, the enemy of the owl after this incident. But I think that in the moment, Joey just wasn't prepared for what happened. And so had, in kind of underestimating the threat and maybe overestimating his own ability to deal with it, I think put himself a little bit in the situation of being away from the rest of the group, not staying as close to everyone else as he was supposed to, as he said he was going to, And so he's wandered a little bit away from where everybody else is, which puts him at a disadvantage in a situation where we ultimately ended up triumphing via teamwork and working together.
I love that. You feel the same sort of hunger around this moment, that because you all can feel each other a little bit, you recognize as something that just happened off to the side of what you can see and hear. And you realize it had something to do with Bree, but you don't know the details of that. It's coming at you, for lack of a better term, in a way that, again, you can feel but not understand how you understand it, as recklessly as possible. It is coming at you fast right now in this moment. What do you do when you feel that?
I think that in this memory, do we have our rocket rigs with us? Because we would have had them, I think, during the actual incident.
You were, so that the audience at home knows. During the Owl incident in 1994, the Rocket Club was together already. So most of you, given your ages, were newer members of the Rocket Club at that time. Sam had been there a little bit longer. And there were some other folks who were involved in the Rocket Club who you don't sense around you right now, who would have been, there on the day. But the four of you spent most of that incident, most of that day together. Sam came in and helped each of you when you were having a tough time and took care of some stuff that you weren't really ready to dig into yet. But you got through that day primarily with each other. So in this moment, you find yourself alone, feeling your friends, not being able to see or hear them exactly, but knowing that when you experienced this before, they were there.
Yeah. I think that because my instinct is to use my rocket rig to just take off, it would have been in a much, much earlier, less complicated looking version of the jetpack. But finding myself alone, Joey's instinct is just like, I am, especially with this thing coming at me fast, I am rocketing towards my friends, right? Like we're not walking or running. We are airborne towards wherever I feel my friends are.
So to be clear, all of this is kind of happening at the same time, or at the very least, you all are experiencing this in a way where time is a little hard to track and it feels like it's all happening at the same time. So what you've got is in front of you somewhere at a distance that is hard for you to gauge, is a silhouette of what you understand to be Sam. You have looming galaxy eyes taking up the horizon in front of you. You're surrounded by trees going off infinitely into the sky, a sky that is made of an impossible void. Frankie has taken off in a way that we are going to go back to resolve after this, into the woods populated by these infinite trees, right? And Bree has just done something to really piss off whatever is coming for all of you, and is moving through space. You cannot see your friends in this moment where you are dropped into the hardest part of this day for you, but you can feel them. You can feel what they feel. You can feel their pain and not just their pain. And you could try to use that to guide you. But Bree's going this way, Sam's up there, Frankie's going that way, and we still have to establish where Chris is. So where do you want to shoot? Oh, and I'm sorry, you do sense Kaysen is somewhere, but you don't know where, and he wasn't there that day.
I was to say he wasn't there that day. My initial thought was going to be to go after Frankie because they're running in a direction that is away from the group, and my initial thought is, no, we need to stick together. right? Like, whoa, we were not this split up when this actually happened. Where is everybody going? But Kaysen being there is interesting because, yeah, I know that Kaysen was not there in the actual historical event that happened. I think I would try to find Kaysen first. Because
Okay.
that feels
You're
to
gonna
me like
rock it?
the outlier. Yeah.
So this is interesting. I didn't think I was ever going to do something like this in this game. I'm going to need you to try to discern what Kaysen is feeling so that you can figure out where Kaysen is.
Mhm.
What do you think that would be as a trait? Like, how would one do that exactly? So you're going to do 2 rolls, to be clear. You're going
Okay.
to first try to triangulate Kaysen
Yeah.
emotionally, essentially. And then if you succeed at that, you're going to need to roll
Yeah.
for rocketry, right?
That's going to
Essentially.
be propulsion. Like, I know the second piece of this is
Yeah.
just speed as fast as I possibly can. It is the first piece of that that's tricky because I hear what you're saying. And yeah, I think my thought is design or because grace is find the path of least resistance with lightness and finesse. And that
I mean, are you using your head or your heart?
I think in this moment with everything that's going on, Joey, who usually uses his head, is more using his heart right
So
now.
it sounds like grace.
So I
to
think
me.
it's grace over design. Yeah,
So remind me, your grace is,
1.
and you're feeling overwhelmed.
Yes.
So I think you're rolling flat.
Yeah. Okay, well that is an interesting roll because it is counting down 3, 2, 1.
So that is a failure that draws attention with fear.
Yep.
Fear is an impulse or a question for you.
Fear is a question.
What is it?
It is how do your emotions show in your voice or face? I think if I can lean into the failure of that it is Joey trying to find Kaysen. That it is Joey, because a lot's been described, so to kind of condense it in, right? Like, I'm here by myself. I remember a bit of this. I know I was alone. But I think even in the memory when I was alone, it was the kind of like, when you as a kid feel very alone because you're in a big place, but your friends are still in eyeline view. Like in the actual memory, I looked up and I hadn't wandered that far. Everybody was right there. And this is truly being alone. I feel people, but I do not see them. And I feel something coming at me. And I just like try and take off. And then I feel Kaysen. And then I just kind of like, I don't know where I'm going. I don't have anything. And I try and feel for him. And it's like sand slipping through my fingers. Like I can't grasp him or anyone else. And so I think that you just see like the kind of glitching a little bit in midair as Joey like starts to go and doesn't know where to go and then just kind of starts shaking. And is just frozen here in place by themselves.
So because you don't know what Kaysen feels, because you haven't talked about that with Kaysen, not really, you don't really know what to look for, right? So you fail, as you described. You have to describe one more thing before we talk about the question of whether you still want to try to rock it in a direction. Your action is noticed by an outside entity in a negative way.
There are very large eyes around here. I think that, yeah, that it is... Because I think, if it's all right, Joey does take off. Like, Joey goes up,
Yeah.
but not in any... just up. No direction. Up feels like the wrong direction to be going. Like, I start going just up toward the void.
You rocket straight up.
Yep.
I won't make you roll for that. I do want to know, are you using eyes in the sky?
I would like to, but I think in a minute, because I think initially
Okay.
Joey is just very panicked. We can kind of hear where everybody else goes and then come back to it. Because at first,
Okay.
Joey's not trying to do anything. Joey is just like panicked. I can't find Kaysen, but I already took off. And so I have the momentum from my rocket going, and I just kind of go unintentionally, and we can leave Joey flying up toward the void through the trees.
Joey rockets up directly toward an impossible void, flapping past trees that honestly he should have left long ago and will not stop being there. The further Joey goes, the more it stays the same. Continues to shoot upwards. The trees are still there. Before we move on to see where Chris is at, does Joey look down or up or out?
I think the moment Joey's looking up, just where I'm going.
Joey is looking up at the most incomprehensible representation of reality that Joey has ever encountered. Joey is looking directly at and rocketing toward a manifestation of reality that no one else in the history of humanity has ever encountered. I would like a roll about that that we will come back to.
Yep.
I want you to think about what Joey would try to do to engage in first contact with something incredibly, profoundly different than anything in his lived reality or the lived reality of his species.
Mm-hmm.
And I
I'll
will
sit
come
here
back
and think
to that.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Chris, what was the most terrifying, isolating, difficult moment of the owl incident for you?
I think for Chris, the most terrifying element was the feeling of not being heard, with there being like the flocks of owls and like just the pandemonium. I think at that point, one of the things that Chris had struggled with a lot was the ability to speak up properly, especially when things were difficult, when there was a lot of pressure. And so what his biggest fear was not being able to find everyone and not being able to voice when he was lost.
Love that. As Chris finds himself back in that place, physically, mentally, emotionally, incomprehensibly, he hears Sam in the distance. Does he look in that direction?
Yes, absolutely.
The silhouette of Sam is simultaneously incredibly far away and within an arm's reach. Does he reach toward it?
Absolutely. If he heard her voice, I think he's going to reach towards her.
As he reaches toward her, what is he hoping will happen?
Um,
Sorry, I just kitty, right?
I think that
You're muted, Joey.
I think that oh, go ahead, Jilly.
I'm just advocate. I was just saying she's right and she should say it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Honestly, it's a cat blessing for the stream. For our
Yes.
finale. It's what we needed. I appreciate
Yes.
that. Yeah.
I think that there's a part of him that remembers the incident and remembers her almost like a Western where she rides up on her magnificent stallion of a bike and like saves him. And like there's part of him that is thinking of that image, but then there's also a part of him that is thinking about his new feelings for her. And to see that moment again with this light, and that's what he's hoping for. To see her.
You reach out a hand toward her and you find her hand, and suddenly you are on the back of her bike, rocketing through the streets of your town. And you are no longer in this moment alone. You're able to feel that she wants you there. You're able to feel that she trusts you. You're able to feel that she is glad that you are on this bike. And because of the way that you can all feel each other in this place, you can feel that she is specifically glad it is you on the bike with her. And as you tear through this part of your memory away from where something hoped to find you, you are pulled up and out, off of the road, through the sky, and into one of these galactic eyes to seat yourself across from Sam in a liminal space. Chris, are you okay?
I mean, kind of, yeah. Are you?
What happened to your hand?
Oh, I touched some stuff by accident.
You touched stuff? You shouldn't touch stuff, Chris. You don't know what stuff is. And she just goes to grab for your hand. Do you let her grab the hand with the alien stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Goes and fully grabs the hand with the alien stuff, touching the alien skin. What is this? And she looks down, and do you look to where she's looking?
Yes.
Instead of undulating skin on your hand, you see a galaxy unto itself. A swirling total reality, billions of stars, tens of billions of planets, just an entire existence unto itself in the palm of your hand. She looks at it and she says, "Why did you tell me that you were going to save my mom?"
I'm sorry.
No, I think it came from a sweet place. But I'm really scared. I don't know what happened to her. And I want you to be here for me. But I don't want you to feel like you have to pretend you can do things that you can't do. And I don't mean like you can't do them, like you're not good enough to do them or something. I mean, like, what if my mom's already, like, what if you can't save her, right? It's not something you can promise because it's not something you can control. But that's not your fault, Chris.
Yeah. In the moment, I just saw how freaked out you were. And you were always the hero. You were my hero. And it hurt to see you like that. And I didn't want that. And so I was hoping that At least for a little while, it would help.
It helped to know that you wanted to do that. It helped to know that you cared and that you got that I was scared and that you wanted to be there for me. That helped. I don't, I want to be I want to be good for you. And I don't know if I can be good for you if you feel like you have to do things that you can't do because you want to like be good enough for me. Do you think that maybe maybe that isn't something that you have to carry all the time?
I never thought about it that way. I guess most of the time I've never been good enough. I've never made the basketball team. I've never gone on a date. It always felt like maybe I just needed to do more. Maybe it would be something that I could earn at some point. If I just did more, if I just kept doing more, eventually I could do enough to be enough.
What's enough?
I don't know.
For me, this is enough right now. You're enough.
Really?
You don't have, yeah, you don't have to do anything. I mean, just be here, right? But you're not enough because of what you do, Chris. You're just enough because you're you.
Thank you, Sam.
Do you want to go on a date?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay. I don't know what's happening, but if we can go on a date after whatever this is ends, I'd like that.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'll make sure. I will try to take care of this as quickly as possible. Not to be good enough, but just because I'm excited to go on the date.
I'm excited too. We'll figure out what we're going to do when this is done. And I think that qualifies as rest and care, and you can clear a condition, so you are no longer pressured.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to give you an option here. You don't have to roll about anything before we move away, but if you would like to, you could roll about anything you'd like. I want to throw out a few possible paths for you to consider.
Okay.
One is that having come to this place of whatever you might call it, but something new. If you feel that your attention would shift, Chris, back down to what you saw in your hand, we could roll about that. If you find that having cleared your condition, there's now a little bit more room in you to feel what other people are feeling, and while you're feeling a lot of what Sam is feeling right in front of you, you're still feeling at some great distance that somehow still doesn't feel out of your reach the feelings of your friends. One running into the woods, one rocketing into the sky, one leading a great force they don't understand on a chase that they don't know how it will end. You can roll about something with regard to that. Finally, the eyes in the sky, for lack of a better term, that you seem to have passed through one of them, maybe. I don't know. It was confusing to see. Maybe it wasn't that. They remind you not only of what you experienced at the grain silo, they remind you of what you experienced when you fell inside of yourself and found yourself somewhere else. So, in an experience that did not feel terribly unrelated to this, where you saw much larger eyes look upon their own galaxy and ask, "What are you doing, little ones?" And you can roll about that. Or you could pick something else. What would you like to do?
I'm thinking the eyes in the sky.
All right. Think about what you want to ask the eyes in the sky and how you want to approach them, and I will come back to you.
Great.
We're about to go back to Frankie, but before we do, Bree, how are you feeling on this chase right now? And where are you fleeing to?
Very exhilarated and a feeling of control that she's been trying to find. Very much of like, in this weird scenario, she feels like there are so many more options and that she has more to contend with here. Like not just, yes, we are going up against a big threat, but it feels like this is a place where even like the most creative problem solving can flourish. And for her, that is fascinating and interesting. And also it's like a challenge for her. She very much is a challenge accepted kind of person. So she's very excited to be on this chase, but I think at least what she's trying to do is push the limits of like, what are the rules here? Because is it very much like mind palace, mind battle, where I can manipulate this place exactly how I want it to? Where are my boundaries? And she's right now trying to push the boundaries to basically use that to figure out what it wants to stop it.
I love that. I want you to think about how you would approach that in something that we can roll about, what you would use, and we will come back to that. Frankie, you are running into an infinite wood. As you do, your memories of the owl incident flood through you, and you feel as though you are experiencing all of that day all at once. It is all collapsing in on itself and expanding back out, moving around itself and reconstituting itself. As you are running through the woods, you run past different moments in that day that you experienced in the order that you experienced them, in different orders, with you making different choices. You are running through alternate versions of what could have happened that day. Which version of that did or did not happen that you pass by catches your attention and causes you to stop?
Okay, so here's what I think. I want to explain this, where Frankie is at a tiny bit. So this was how many years ago from our perspective? Two.
Two.
Frankie was 11.
Mhm.
She was, I'm guessing, the youngest person there and not technically in middle school yet, or
Mhm.
if so, like only just in middle school. She had maybe like used some of her like cachet to be able to get in a little bit early and be able to go on the field trips. So she was the youngest person there, which means I think that everyone was very protective of her, probably. And so
Mhm.
she didn't really get to do a lot last time. Like,
Mhm.
and so I think she has some residual, like, I should have done more guilt from
Mhm.
that. I do also feel like by bringing this up earlier today, I brought this upon us a little bit. Danny, tell the truth. Legally, you have to tell the truth. Did I make you redesign this at like 4 o'clock in the morning when I posted that?
No, I was already planning on doing stuff with the owl incident. But the truth of the matter is, and this is just letting us through, like, past the curtain a little bit. I prep a lot of different things, and then we play to find out. If Chris and Joey had not touched the alien skin to the item, we would be doing something completely different right now. So
See, you and I are very different GMs in a good way. I'm a YOLO kind of girl, but in a different way.
I got you. Yeah, exactly. We YOLO complimentary fashion, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cat. There's a cat. Okay. Goodbye,
cat. Blessing the stream. So with what you said, I just want to add one thing to it. Everything you just said is true, and you suspect, if you agree with this, or at least have reason to suspect, I can say from outside of your character, that a lot of folks there, some of the older kids, any of the adults who were around, were even more protective of you, not just because you were the youngest, but because of who your mother is, and because of who your aunt is,
Yeah.
because of who you are to this town, and because of what would happen to them if something happened to you.
Yeah.
And so their concern for you was and was not even about you in some cases. But the three people here and Sam, those people cared about you.
And I think that Frankie wants to find this thing partially because she wants to save her friends, but also because she wants to prove to everyone that she is important, separate from her family. So I think as she's like thinking and looking through all these possibilities, is there like something or an item that like feels like this could be the thing? This is the important thing that they want.
Well, the thing is, so the best way I can answer that, also without a roll, but is because you could always like roll to try to figure that out. But before you potentially do that, yeah, before you potentially do that, you have 4 conditions right now.
I do.
Frankie's got a lot going on. Frankie is on the razor's edge, right? One more thing, and it's going to all fall down, right? And I think that in the overwhelming state of feeling that louder than in regular life because of where you are, it is very hard to see straight, literally or figuratively, right? With them still in play, they're so loud, those emotions, that it is drowning everything else out as you run through the woods. And the only thing that you can really clearly see is probably what this wants you to see. And what you are seeing is various versions of what happened that day. You are seeing versions where you were more active. You are seeing versions where you were as inactive as you suspect you were. You are seeing versions that are probably closer to the truth that likely exists somewhere between those two things. You have the opportunity here to decide you, Jilly, have the opportunity to decide for Frankie. Where does Frankie stop on that merry-go-round? What is it that makes Frankie in this state of mind stop and pay attention? Is it the stuff that is her worst nightmare version of it? Is it the stuff where it's what she wishes she'd done? Or does she find her way towards something closer to what actually happened?
I mean, I think it's a version that went worse than it did. And I think that it is a version where Frankie feels, whether this is the reality or not, Frankie feels that her inaction caused an injury that she could have prevented. So I think that it is a version where in protecting her, someone got hurt. And I think she's like, we're not doing that. And so that's where, like, I'm visualizing a carousel metaphor here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just like, okay, that's where we're leaving. And she just kind of yeets herself into that version of events.
Let's roll for yeeting. What do you think your trait is for the yeet?
I mean, I guess that depends, because is it a question of physicality? I hope not. Maybe I feel
It's
like
really-
impact is the funniest because it's like emotional and physical.
I agree. I think one of the things I love about the way that M designed the traits in this game is any of them can apply to mental, physical, or emotional stuff, right? You can find your way toward that in a way where they're still super specific. I think that when I hear the word yeet, I do think impact, right? Because regardless of what is literally happening, and I'm going to just go ahead and tell you, Frankie cannot possibly know in this moment what is literally happening, right?
Yeah.
But the way that Frankie is experiencing this is somehow simultaneously physical, mental, and emotional, as though the mental and emotional is manifesting physically, right? So if you are literally, as Frankie, yeeting yourself through this memory, if you're trying to shatter it, if you're planning to get into it and try to change something about it, if you want to confront it, whatever it is, that yeet, that is impact, I think.
Should
what do
say
you have
this
in
is
impact?
also anachronistic because I don't think he was in use in.
That's okay. It's fine. We're in a situation right now where time and space is very strange. It's
Wibbly.
possible in this moment. Yeah, it's timey-wimey. It's possible in this moment that Frankie can feel yeet in her heart. What do you have as what do you have in impact?
1.
You are going to roll this flat. You have 4 conditions. They are very loud. They are definitely going to be keeping you from being able to get a reroll.
Okay, so I rolled a 5 on my outcome die, which is good. And I rolled a 4 on my side effect, which means I look cool doing it.
That's awesome.
And I rolled a 3 on mood, which I think is funny because that's anger. Which is what I'm feeling at Adobe right now for putting so many pop-ups in there.
Fair. Do better, Adobe. Yeah.
Right? Almost always it annoys me. Which is an impulse for me. And it is push a friend away. But none of my friends are here. So that is difficult.
Oh, I would not count on that. So you succeed and look cool doing it. Your impulse, if I'm understanding what you succeeded at, because I want to make sure that I'm living up to like fully honoring your intention with this yeeting. You're yeeting yourself off of the carousel
Yeah.
to get away from this version of events that depicts like a worst case scenario where you hurt somebody, or into the version of events so that you can engage with it?
I think into, because I think the fact that that version exists is upsetting to Frankie. So she wants to like either with the anger, I guess, maybe punch it out of existence or like change it. So I think she's like, no, not that one. And then just kind of like,
at 11 Kia, at 11 years old, just having joined the Rocket Club, this is the first big adventure that Frankie has experienced in the Rocket Club. Would you say Frankie was excited about the Rocket Club before this point? Like,
Frankie
knew about
has
it
been
already?
like extremely annoying about being old enough to do Rocket Club things, and she was, to be clear, at that point in no way qualified in any way to do things with the Rocket Club. She just like decided that that was the thing that she was doing, and then annoyed herself into being a part of it.
Love that. Will say above table, not impossible that somebody pulled some strings too.
Yeah.
To make that workable, right? And
if
but
they
at
didn't,
least
she
that is
lied about
something
it.
that-
That's exactly like.
well, I was gonna say, and might be something that Frankie suspects, right?
Yeah.
That maybe is not fully confirmed, but even if it wasn't done directly, just Frankie knowing the family name, right? Might have had something to do with it, even if people don't say it. Yeeting yourself into this memory, I need to ask, at this moment where an incredibly excited 11-year-old Frankie has just very recently joined the Rocket Club, this is the first big adventure, and things are going down that are simultaneously exciting and terrifying. Who did this version of her either look up to most or care about most in the Rocket Club at this point?
I think maybe at that point, like it could have been Sam, realistically, like because Sam is like the oldest person now in the club, right? Or one of the older people in the club.
Yeah.
And I think that Frankie tried very hard to impress Sam. And then I think also, like, how new was Bree to the club at this point? Like, at 2 years ago.
Mary, do you want to answer that?
I think she would have been probably pretty established, just because of how her grandparents wanted her in every single club to keep her out of trouble. So I feel like as soon as she could sign up for it, she was pushed into it. But that being said, she's always been on the outskirts of like the in group of the club. So,
So I think because part of what we established between Bree and Frankie at the beginning was that Frankie had heard that Bree didn't want to be like friends with people. That was one of the things that Frankie had heard at the beginning. And so I think she like thought that Bree was incredibly cool, but was like, I can't be friends with Bree. Bree doesn't want to be friends with people. And then had like glommed on to Sam as like as an alternate cool person to follow around.
Yeah. I think in this memory, you see an outline of Bree in the distance, looking awesome. Like just seeming like she is being such a badass, dealing with this owl situation, getting people through, totally taking charge, not scared at all, like an action hero version of Bree in your mind. Like older even than Bree was, right? Like older than Bree is in this moment in your memory. Just feels like Bree belongs on a poster, right? And
she is the superhero that Mary played in the other game that we played on Nerds with Dice.
Yeah, absolutely that vibe. And you hear rolling up next to you Sam's bike. You realize you are on the ground. You don't know in this moment how you got there. You can tell me if you remember something about what actually happened or what Frankie's memory of what actually happened may have been. But you in this moment were alone and unharmed, as it turned out, but on the ground in a way where if somebody saw you, it looked like you might have gotten hurt. Do you want to add anything to that before I keep
I don't
going?
think Frankie knows. I think Frankie just was on the ground and like felt like a brush of something and just then like opened her eyes and was on the ground.
Love that. On the ground, the first thing that your eyes focus on are the wheels of Sam's bike. Sam pulls up next to you, and in your memory, it's super cool. It's like almost an Akira slide kind of thing, just through the woods, and you got a whole like a hand to you. And this is the 90s, so you're like, come with me if you want to live, right? Like kind of feeling there. And do you take the hand?
Yeah.
So lifts you up like you don't weigh anything and pulls you onto her back and takes off, popping a wheelie through the woods at a speed that reminds you of legally distinct speeders on a legally distinct forest moon, atop which you would ride if you were a legally distinct, basically teddy bear, right?
Right.
Who is also
I love
fighting
legally
Imperial
distinct
power.
teddy bears.
Yes. And as you zip through the woods, right, the infinite trees going incredibly fast past you. Do you try to say anything to Sam?
I think she just says, I think because she is aware, like some part of her is aware that in this timeline things go badly because she like I don't know how clearly she remembers that she just jumped from another timeline or back in time, or like I don't know, but I think she has this sense of foreboding that something is going to go wrong here, and so I think she just says, "Watch out! The tree camouflage. It's," and then she yells like left, and she doesn't even know why.
So she says left. So when she starts talking, Sam goes, huh? Takes her eyes off of where they're going. She says left. She turns left. You're going to roll for me to find out flat how that goes when we come back. We've come back from our break. Hope that you all took one too if you needed it. You are watching the finale of A Silent Harvest here on Nerds with Dice. Part of Rocket Club, a multi-stage anthology, which is a collaboration between Nerds with Dice, Pantsless Tables, Pocket Dragon Pub, and Streaming Rainbow in celebration of the open playtest of Rocket Club by M. Hubbard, put out by Evil Hat. If you're liking what you're seeing and you want to try playing it together with your friends, you can do that for free right now. Just go over to evilhat.com/rocket-club. Anytime between whenever you're seeing this and the end of May 2026. And you can sign up to be a playtester and get a free 172-page PDF supporting materials and be able to try this out for yourselves. The only thing that I ask, that we ask, that M and Evil Hat ask is if you do that, or even if you have any thoughts based on what you watch with us here, share them. Share them via the Google form that is on that same webpage that allows you to be able to give feedback so that this already wonderful game gets to be an even better version of itself by the time it comes out, hopefully next year. With that said, we dive right back in. We dive into a moment in time that has collapsed in on itself, a place that is multiple places at once, versions of yourselves that are at their core what you're choosing to be in this moment, because if left to their own devices, it seems that you might be every version of yourself that you could have possibly been, and that you might end up as the version of yourself that something that is chasing you, that is trying to find something in your minds, wants you to be. In this place, you feel a loudness in your emotions, not just your own, but each other's, that can be hard to handle, but that also helps you find each other. Each of you have, in your own ways, reacted to this with agency. You have made choices that have made things different. You have found ways to engage in the face of success and failure with what is in front of you as best you can, not understanding a lot about it. And we come back now to see how those choices are going to play out. Quinn, what did you decide Joey is going to try to do, and how is Joey going to try to do it when rocketing up toward first contact with something incomprehensible to the human mind?
I think that with the context of all of this, right? Like, especially given Joey and how Joey is and how he acts, right? He is the genius reputation. He is used to solving problems with logic. He's used to having a plan. He's also used to pursuing mysteries, but he's used to mysteries that are solvable, right? And in the face of this and in the face of being here, I think that Joey is starting to look at this in a different way, right? Because this has thrown all of his plans entirely out the window. Like, right before the technology started happening, Joey was laying out a very logical two-step plan. We're going to do this, and then we're going to do that. And now he's realizing that we're not even in our own time anymore. We're not even necessarily the versions of ourselves that we know and remember. And so I think as Joey goes up, the more that Joey goes away from his friends, away from the things he knows, away from the things that make sense, those words that you said is what rings in his mind, right? He was thinking about Kaysen, and so he's thinking about First Contact. This is a First Contact. This is a Star Trek nerd. Like, he is thinking about making contact with something that cannot possibly be known and what that's going to look like. And despite everything that we know about this thing, I think he's wondering if he has it all wrong. And this may be, like, I am okay with this crashing and burning and biting me in the ass. But I think that the thing that Joey is thinking is, like, we have approached this with so much fear of the unknown. And one of the things that is very common in Star Trek is about embracing the unknown, going toward the unknown, finding the excitement in the unknown, and recognizing that just because something is very, very different from you doesn't mean it's bad. It's just different, right? The fact that this thing is hungry, hunger is not inherently bad. Hunger is just hunger, right? Mm-hmm. And I think Joey is starting to wonder if we have all put our own context onto this and applied what we know to something that we cannot possibly know. And another thing that I think happens often in Star Trek, it's been a minute since I watched it, is misunderstandings when it comes to First Contact, right? Like trying to apply a human lens to something that is not human. You're going to misunderstand what's going on. And so I think Joey goes back to just the feeling and the moment with him and Chris, and looks at his hand and just reaches his hand up toward the incomprehensible void. And is just going to, I think, ask, not knowing if he can even be understood. But we haven't really tried just asking. What are you looking for?
I love that. You mentioned that Joey looks at his hand, the one with the skin. When he looks at his hand, he does not see undulating skin. He sees a galaxy unto itself. billions of stars and tens of billions of planets swirling with trillions of life forms, known and unknown to him, to each other, to anyone else, and realizes that in the palm of his hand in this moment is the possibility of infinite variances in existence. There is in his hand right now every opportunity for how the future may play out. He reaches that hand up toward something he does not know, and with empathy asks what it needs, what it wants. What do you do this with?
I think it's grace again. I think that to me reads as like the emotional, what, right? Design feels more mental,
100%.
propulsion is speed, impact is strength. I think grace feels like the emotional connection that Joey's going for here.
Go ahead and what do you have in
I have 1.
what do you
I'm
Okay.
also totally okay with having 0 because of overwhelmed.
I do think, although Joey is being incredibly brave and pushing against that overwhelm right now, I do think that the enormity of what
Mhm.
Joey's facing, it is flat. Yeah, 3d6.
Okay, 6, 5, 2.
I kind of couldn't be happier. That is a full success on the 6. That is learn something on the 5, which is the biggest part of I couldn't be happier for me. Mood is a 2. That's a sadness roll. Is that an impulse or a question?
It's
Joey.
a question. It is, what have you learned from sadness in the past? And I do think that my initial thought when I saw sadness was I'm not sure how that applies, but I do think that can. Do you want me to do the emotion first? We've been doing the emotion first, so I just started
Yeah.
going into it. Okay.
No, do it.
Yeah.
Please go for it.
Because I think the question there specifically of like, what have you learned from sadness in the past is more the realization hitting Joey of like, what if we've just been misunderstand? Like, what if all of this horror that we've been experiencing has literally just been a misunderstanding? And I do think that's something Joey has experienced before. The sadness of being the one misunderstood and the sadness of the one doing the misunderstanding. The sadness of realizing that you're just missing something that could be a connection, and maybe now you've broken a connection that you don't know how to repair, especially when you're a teenager. And so I think that it's less about the feeling and more about the remembering the lesson that came from that feeling. That's what really sticks with Joey, of what if we've just been doing this all wrong, and there's a sadness to that, and there's a chance to make it better. Maybe there's a chance to just try something different and see if there can be some kind of repair here.
I love that. You succeed in making first contact with whatever is above you, and in succeeding to do that, as the infinite possibilities you hold in the palm of your hand touch the impossible void above you as you continue to rocket up, feeling as though you have been moving for your entire life and somehow are also standing still as the infinite trees to your side do not leave you. You get to learn something. You can ask me, as the guide, one of the following questions or something like them about your immediate situation. What has been hidden or overlooked? How is this person vulnerable? You would have to specify what person you mean. And I would allow person to be vaguely defined. What is the biggest threat right now? What is my best path forward? What is the best escape route?
I think the question that, I want to know the answer to a lot of those questions, but I think the question that most goes with what Joey is doing specifically in this moment is the first one, is the what has been hidden or overlooked.
You don't hear a voice. You are dropped back into a memory. You're feeling sadness, but the sadness you're feeling isn't yours or not yours alone. I'm not going to dictate what Joey feels. You are looking down at a very small owl with a broken wing. You look up in this memory and you see that there was some damage to a tree. You realize that some debris had fallen in the middle of the overall chaos of the owl incident and had broken through some of the branches here and had hit where this little baby owl had been. The owl's still alive, but it's scared. And it's not the only one. You are looking around this forest that you're in, and you somehow are able to, in this moment, see all of the owls that had been hit by what had come through this space. And you see the owls that have not come around to where these owls are and try to help them in whatever ways they can. This isn't a real memory of yours, but it feels very real. There's a little bit of information that clicks in your head. You've carried around for a couple of years the idea that this owl incident had a villain. That these creatures in the sky, who you hate now, they must have wanted to do something bad to all of you. If not, why were you so scared? Why did it hurt? Why was it hard? Here, whatever it is that you're touching wants you to know that sometimes other people get scared too. And when they're scared, the things that they do can seem scary, even if they don't want them to. Bree, you are leading this hungry beast on a merry chase. What have you got for me?
Yeah, so I think right now Bree has always loved comic books and stories and all of that, and she thinks back to since we have like some modern day media in this game, Marvel, specifically the comics that are the Strange Tales, 126 and 127, where Doctor Strange is versus Dormammu for the first time.
Love that.
And she's just like, wait, this might be this kind of a situation, which means if we're in this nebulous place, I can dictate just as much as it can. So she sees this forest before her that is slowing her down. And she's like, no, we're on a skate park right now. And she's going to try and basically annoy it so much that it just spits her out. That's her plan. Like, I will make you use so much energy on me that you're eventually just going to give up.
I love that. Let's roll for annoyance. What are you using as a trait here for us to roll for annoyance?
I think right now, very much, this is design. This is very much mental fortitude versus mental fortitude. She's not going the way she normally would, which would like barrel through it at whatever cost. No, she's thinking ahead. She's putting the pieces in front of her in a way that benefits her the most, something that she does not often do. And
I love that.
is embracing the freedom that this provides of basically, instead of following the rules that were set for her, realizing that that doesn't always apply when you can't follow half of them yourself. Very much with her disability, like it's not the same rule set. So she's basically applying this and is going to try and annoy it through design.
I love that. How much do you have in design?
I have 1 in design.
And you get to keep it because self-fulfilling prophecy could not possibly apply under these circumstances.
Well, I rolled a 6 for the first one. Then we've got a 2 and a 4.
Okay. That is draw attention and hope. Is hope an impulse or a question for you?
Hope is a question. How is it more complicated than just hope?
Before we get into that, would you like to try to use your 1 reroll to reroll draw attention? I do have to remind you, you could get a crisis, but you also could not get a crisis.
I think very much what she is trying to do is, sure, focus on me. Use everything you've got on me. Because she trusts her friends to be able to figure out what the heck is going on.
Yeah.
This is something she knows that she can do. And she can do it well.
Love that. So perfect. So it stands without you using the reroll. You do succeed. You draw attention. Your action is noticed by an outside entity in a negative way that you get to define, not me. But before then, you rolled with hope. Can you let us know what the question is?
Yeah, my question for Hope is, how is it more complicated than just hope? There is a freedom here that is unlike anything she's ever experienced. In some ways, this has been the most thrilling adventure-like situation, especially being taken to this dimension where she herself can manipulate things that normally would be obstacles. There is part of her that doesn't want this to end, because then she goes back to where stairs don't move, doorways don't get bigger. And that is a complicated feeling with knowing the harm that has been done, while also understanding the beauty of whatever these creatures are at the same time, and trying to contend with both of these things.
I love that. You did succeed, and you did say that what you wanted to do was to annoy this thing into spitting you out. So I would love for you to describe for me what the success looks like in terms of the annoyance, right? Like specifically what it is that Bree is able to do, how Bree manifests all of this with the full freedom that you described. I need you to also describe to me how your action is noticed by an outside entity in a negative way, and then I will tell you what comes next.
So, as she's kind of like testing the boundaries of what will allow in this place, very much it is just like the entity being like, no, you're in a forest, you're alone, you're terrified. And she's like, no, we're not. And it is that kid reality of they can basically be so sure of something, even if it's completely false, they will stand their ground and say that the sky is purple, because they saw it in a book. So obviously the sky is purple. And she's using this kid logic of like, no, that's not what I said. I said it. The memory obviously is in a skate park, and I obviously have magical devices that teleport me place to place, so you can't catch me. Like, she's using the mind games. It's trying to be used against her in a way that is infuriating for someone that hasn't necessarily dealt with human children. But
I think that's perfect. I love that. Go ahead.
Great.
What were you saying? Yeah.
And I think the reason where the danger is potentially with how this works, she has shown the strengths that she has.
Mm-hmm.
For them to know their opponent better so they know where to hit harder. I think that she unknowingly has opened herself up for them to see what truly makes her tick by seeing what she truly enjoys.
And in seeing that enjoyment, they catch a sense, the scent of that yearning to stay. And Bree, your eyes open in the headquarters at the back of Be Kind Rewind. You're on the floor. Do you look around?
Yeah, I'm instantly just the inner upsetness of like, damn it, this is gonna just hurt so much when I have like, what bruises did I get from this? And then I think she's just gonna be like, okay, where's the chair? And try and look for it.
The chair is right next to you. You just seem to have collapsed out of it, so it's close in reach. As you're looking around, your friends are. Your head's a little fuzzy as you're coming to here. It seems that it might have been a kind of a hard fall. Your friends are, Frankie and Kason and Sam are on the ground. Chris and Joey are floating midair in the center of this room, hands attached to this device as the components of this device crawl over their arms toward the rest of their body. By the time you've awoken, it's probably about here. Their eyes are glowing the same color as the device, violent and bright, and not quite a hue you've seen before here. Franny and Amelie are honestly panicked. They do not seem to know what the hell to do. Franny seems to be trying to do everything that she can, and Amelie is still curled up, just rocking a bit more, talking to herself, not fully dissociated, not doing anything else. We're going to hold you there. You can think about what you might want to do next when we get back. Chris, you turn your attention to who or whatever it was that you've met before. These giant, for lack of a better term, eyes look upon you, and you see in the reflection of them that they are able to give you, that they project to you. You're not sure how you can see this, right? But it's towering. And as you essentially walk up to it on nothing, because you are in the middle of a void, as best you can tell, you see yourself reflected, and behind you, you see Oakhaven. And in Oakhaven, at the center of, well, really off to the side of the Milky Way galaxy, on Earth and Oakhaven in 1996, you see your town like a diorama. And in that diorama, you see galaxy-like eyes that are nowhere near the size of the ones that are reflecting back to you. Behind this grain silo, built out to have these honeycombs inside of it, a little doctor inside, working away. And in the diorama, these eyes come with an outline around them, a shape. Not a shape you've ever seen before, but something finite that is cloaked to look like the area around it. And because you're able to see it in this diorama-like format, you're able to see that it is curled up a bit. And underneath where it's curled up, you see a bunch of little swirling, what look like eggs, maybe. They're not actually eggs, but they're like the shape of that, within which there is smoke and viscera. And curled up like this in a way that you could only read as protective, you see that this giant thing to the eggs, but very small to you in this moment and very small to whatever is reflecting this back to you, is shaking. What would you like to do?
Can I ask the shaking being, how can I help?
Yes, I do need you to roll about this.
Okay.
So, what are you going to roll with?
Let's see. This, I don't know if it'd be propulsion or impact, because I feel like this is a knee-jerk reaction from Chris. Like, seeing this protective nature, seeing them shaking, it feels like a cornered, wounded animal. And so to Chris, it's like, I could see it being an impact where it's just like, you know, he's just like, oh yeah, this my natural instinct is this immediately, without really thinking it through. I could also see it being propulsion because of just the speed of it, of like, this is what he feels in his heart, as opposed to, you know, trying to come up with anything too big brain.
I think I would buy both. I would buy either. Those are both good justifications. My gut is saying it's fast.
Okay.
The way that you just described it, it feels like it happened fast. You described no hesitation, right?
Right.
But I do buy both options, so I still do leave the decision to you as to which one you use.
I will go with your instinct as well and go fast.
Okay. You don't have any conditions anymore, so you get as many rerolls as you have. How many rerolls do you have? There you go. All right, let's go ahead and roll 3d6, please.
All right. Oh, snap. I'm going to need to use those too.
That's awesome. What did you roll?
It would have been a 1, and a 4. So
I mean, you could always re-roll the 4 and go for the triple. One at a time is my recommendation. Do you want to re-roll the misfire or the crisis?
I want to re-roll the misfire first.
Go ahead.
Okay, that changes into a 4.
Mixed success. That's very good. Would you like to try to re-roll the crisis?
Yes. In the hopes of potentially a triple. We'll see.
That's true. Now you're just one away from that.
Oh, I got a 6. Darn
it's
it.
It's okay. It's all right. No triple, but a 4, a 6, and a 4 is pretty good. And definitely much better than a 1, and a 4. So for a mixed success, as a reminder to the table and to the folks watching at home, You do what you set out to do, but I, as the guide, will determine a complication, cost, or choice. Now, the way that I've been running it, I actually want your consent in what I'm going to be choosing here. So I'm going to leave the decision to you. Before we get to the extra that you get, or the hope, and my question of whether it is an impulse or a question, would you like to successfully complete the action but take a condition? Would you like a narrative complication alongside this completion, placing the characters in a worse situation? Or would you like to otherwise succeed with a negative cost of some other form, or opt to fail and take none of these negative outcomes?
I think Chris would take a condition here.
Okay. I will let you decide what that condition is after we resolve this.
Okay.
Hope. Is it an impulse or a question for you?
It's actually Chris's secret impulse.
Okay. Are you going to embrace it?
He's not, because I'll tell you what it is and
Okay.
the reason why he's not.
Okay.
What it is that he would have to do something that Chris thinks an alien wouldn't do. But he's trying to empathize with this shaking protective being, and so in a way he's leaning into the part of him that is most similar to this being, and so he's not going to follow that impulse.
I love that. That's a great choice. Turning away from that impulse, choosing to instead reach out to this creature or some representation of them, some part of them that seems scared, with a helping hand. You succeed, Chris, in connecting. You don't hear a voice in return. You instead are dropped into a memory. During the owl incident, you found yourself face to face with an incredibly violent seeming owl. You'd never seen an owl like that before. You've never seen an owl like that again. This owl seemed like something out of a horror movie, just incredibly angry, screeching, diving, violent. You see that owl now in a memory that is not yours, but that feels like yours in this moment. You see that this owl was trying to get you to go away. You see that this owl was trying to make sure that you couldn't tell what was behind it. There was a nest. They were vulnerable. And there was so much happening that you couldn't even see, because you're running through the woods. You don't see what's going on in the sky, and things were falling from the sky that you don't even, did that even happen? Like you don't remember that part of that day. You remembered the birds, but the birds, they remember the rocks and debris. They remember the damage to where they live. They remember all of you running through there. They didn't know what was happening. They were scared. You understand in this moment, have the opportunity in whatever way, Matt, you feel that Chris would put this together, that what you all have seen as smoke and viscera are early stage versions of what may become something else. They are, for our purposes, what we would consider fully adult, but they aren't like us. They become something else. They live in an entirely different way than we here on Earth do. And they are vulnerable before they become the thing that they're going to be next. In this diorama, you see something that reminds you of that terrified owl that is trying to be terrifying as they protect those who cannot protect themselves until they become something that can protect themselves. What does Chris do as this comes together in his mind?
I think that Chris would try to communicate in a similar fashion mentally. And I think as he does this, he probably brings his hand to like right between his eyes in a way emulating what he's seen, the two eyes and the galaxy. And since he's seen the galaxy in his palm, like the galaxy in between his own two eyes, but he wants to convey an idea of the people that he's seen that were taken, the people that he's seen the copies of, and he wants to convey those people as being like teeny tiny and convey himself in a similar protective stance over them.
I would like a second roll, please.
Okay.
And I believe that this is probably with grace, but you
All
tell
right.
me if you have a different argument to make.
No problem. I have.
There's a Next Generation episode about this. I just want to say,
Oh snap!
not this,
Could
but
not
language
could not
acquisition.
could not possibly be influential on me. No chance I'm a giant Star Trek fan who has deeply embedded in my psyche, consciously and unconsciously, the lessons of that franchise. Matt, is Chris rolling with, or are you rolling for Chris with grace?
Yes.
What does he have in grace?
I have 0.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
You were gonna say?
I'm wondering if I could use my hero reputation move in distress. When someone you care about is in danger, you do anything to save them. And in this case, it's more of a lot of people are in potential danger. Again, conveying that protectiveness to give me a potential 1 reroll.
I fully buy that. Please use that move.
Great.
I think it could not be more fitting. You are welcome to have 1 reroll.
Cool.
Go ahead and roll me 3d6 when you're ready.
Awesome. Okay. I'm glad I've got a reroll because I've got a 2, a 3, and a 1.
So you that is a failure, look foolish, and fear. You only have one reroll. Is it going to
Yeah.
go to the failure? Okay.
Yeah, it's going to
I
the
have to
fail.
note you could technically roll a misfire.
True, but I gotta do it. We gotta do this. I believe.
All right, roll 1d6. Let me know what it is.
It's a 3. No.
Okay. Hey, it wasn't a 1, right?
True.
So that
true.
is a 3 look foolish. A 3 failure, a 3 look foolish. And remind me what your mood was?
The mood was a 1, so fear.
Fear, which is an impulse or a question?
Impulse, leave someone defenseless.
Are you going to embrace your impulse?
Oh my gosh. I feel like me failing is leaving people defenseless already. I don't know how else I would at this point. Maybe it's okay. I've got an idea. Oh, go ahead.
Go. No, go ahead. Go.
Okay. So I think that as far as leaving someone defenseless goes, I think that Chris starts to panic because what he's trying isn't working. And so he starts to just scream out for help, leaving essentially drawing the attention of everyone, everything around him. I mean, I'd say it might make his friends defenseless if they hear the dire nature in his voice.
As I buy that you embrace the impulse. You can mark an experience.
Okay.
That. And I believe does that take you to 5?
No, I'm at 3 now.
Oh, you're at 3. Copy. Okay. You scream out like this in the wake of reaching out and feeling as though you are not understood. There's a disconnect here. There is something lost in the attempt to connect, misunderstood. And when you scream, you see the eyes of this diorama creature snap up at you. It curls in on the egg-like shapes, and pouring out of the mouths of every version of an adult member of this community in the honeycomb in the diorama, smoke pours out in screams and flies toward you. And as you scream for help, the person who comes between you and the smoke is Sam, who you did not even realize was next to you, who steps in to protect you as she protects all of you so very often. And you rolled a 3 on side effect. So you look foolish in front of her and you take a condition that is alongside the other condition that you already took. So please tell me which 2 conditions you will be taking in this moment and why.
The first one is loss of self.
Okay. I like that.
And the second one, tell me if this works or not, but failure.
Yeah, I'll take that. It's something you feel, right? Well, here we're talking about conditions can be physical, mental, or emotional. I mean, I'd buy failure as mental or emotional, but the idea is that the thing that is holding you back, that is working against you, is the sense that you not only failed, but are in this moment a failure. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to hold there. Frankie, what do you got for me?
Because it's been a minute. Can we recap my current position?
I above table, I'm trying to get back there also now. Does anybody else remember exactly where we left Frankie? I know generally
Well,
speaking.
Am I in the... Because there was a vision of me that someone else saw, but that wasn't actually me, right? Because
No.
I was
You're
leaping
where
off
you
of...
last were. Yeah.
I yeeted myself into a thing with
Into
anger.
the memory. You
Yeah.
you yeeted yourself into that memory with anger, and you decided this is not how that went.
And I pushed a friend away because of anger. And I think materially, it's really funny if that's me just pushing Sam off a speeder to get
100%.
to get her to not go straight into a tree.
And that's what you need to roll about, because you are rolling to find out, to drop you into the exact moment. You were speeding through the woods. You were talking to her. She turned her head away, not looking where she was driving.
Yeah, I yelled
on the
left,
bike.
and
You
yeah,
yelled left, and she listened to you. And we are rolling now to find out what happened with that. What are
Okay.
you rolling with? What's the trait?
I think it's still impact, right? Like I think
agree.
that's
I
what it
think that
feels
works.
like.
Yeah. I would have bought impact or propulsion probably, but impact works. How much do you have in impact?
1.
Okay. You have 4 conditions on you. You're rolling
Yeah.
flat. Yeah.
Okay. So that is 4, which is a mixed success.
Mhm.
And I once again it's a 4, so I look cool doing it. And fear, which I think quite frankly makes sense right now.
Okay, super fair. Not quite a triple. We came close. We've gotten a couple of very
I
close
can't.
calls.
I was gonna be like, I could reroll the 1, but I can't because
You can't, unfortunately. So fear is an impulse or a question for you? Remind me.
It's a question for me. It's what memory comes back to haunt you. And I think the weird thing about this is it's not a memory from the timeline that actually happened. It's like a memory of what happens in this timeline if I fail to change what happened, which is that like Sam goes straight into the tree.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully buy that. You have a mixed success, but you do look cool doing it. Would you like to succeed and take a condition, which would put you into a position where you crash? Would you like to succeed and take a narrative complication that places the characters in a worse situation? Would you like to take on a different negative cost and succeed, or would you like to opt to fail and not take on any of these negative costs?
I'm gonna take on another condition.
Okay. You succeed in this moment. Before we get into and you look cool doing it. Before we get into what your condition is, tell me what success looks like for Frankie in this moment.
I think we steer right. Sam twists the handlebars in time and we twist. And I think that to make sure that they're clear, I kind of like push them. And so they kind of do the tuck and roll. Like in movies when people jump off trains and like I watch it and I'm like, I would die. I would simply die. But Sam also looks cool doing it. And I think that the condition that Frankie takes is probably like winded. Because if she goes with Sam, then that like just knocks the breath out of her.
Winded sounds right. And in this moment, as she is winded, all of the breath leaves her body, causing her to involuntarily curl in on herself on the floor. And mechanically speaking, you have crashed. You, to let everybody know at home, and remind you all here at the table, because this is the first crash that we've had in this game, you are unable to take any actions. You cannot roll. You cannot do anything mechanically meaningful in the game until you clear a condition. There is not a way in this moment for you to just wave away all of the conditions at once. You also do not have catastrophe available to you as a way of clearing conditions. As a reminder to the table and to the folks at home, catastrophe would allow you to clear a condition by, before rolling, choosing to take on a crisis connected to that condition and using that as essentially a cathartic way to exercise the hold that condition has over you. Within the fiction, it's not that that condition no longer exists, it's that it no longer works against you, because you are breaking through in some way with it. That's not available to you because you can't roll right now. The only way that you could possibly clear even one of the now 5 conditions that you have is rest and care. You have to have time with one of your friends to talk about what you are dealing with. But your friends aren't here with you right now.
Everyone's very busy.
Yeah. Sam, if you're even able to see through blurry eyes from the pain and pressure of what you are going through, is knocked out on the floor. And you are otherwise alone. Joey, Bree, and Chris, each of you feel in the middle of what you are dealing with, even you, Bree, back at headquarters. A spike in pain, emotional, fear, loneliness, sadness, anger that lights up like a beacon. Bree, you don't know how you can tell when you are sitting there staring at Frankie's mom rock back and forth and Franny frantically trying to wake Frankie up. But you know that what you feel is coming from Frankie. Chris, as these plumes of smoke rocket toward Sam standing in front of you to take whatever they are going to give instead of you. You feel what she feels. And you realize she is terrified. You see her outside and she looks strong, but in this place, you feel the fullness of what she has in her, and it is a deep fear. She does not want to be here, but the fear is not just about what could happen to her. The fear is about what could happen to you, and that is why she is standing there. And while you feel that, you also feel like a beacon cutting through the cosmos, the fear and pain and sadness and anger of Frankie, and you feel that she is alone. And you know that if you follow that beacon, you can find her. Joey, in this moment of honestly what can only be considered at least momentary ascendance in your consciousness to something that no human being has ever experienced in the history of our species. It begins as background radiation. That's maybe how your mind would try to articulate it to itself from an analytical perspective. It gets more discernible as it gets closer. It hasn't quite coalesced for you yet. Do you try to figure out what this background radiation might be, or does your attention stay where it is?
I think for now my attention stays where it is.
Then it doesn't clarify for you. It stays for now, but you cannot tell what it is. And all that you really are able to comprehend in this moment clearly is what is in front of you. Bree, what would you like to do?
Bree kind of feels stuck, but she knows she can't quit. She has to make sure that her friends make it back to safety. And so I think she's going to start looking through. Now, granted, of the alien tech that we stole, I think she's going to try and use her intuition at what tech is here that she could use to get her to where they are so she can pull them out of it. That's what she wants.
Okay.
Like, she very much is like, I'm going to dive my way back in. Like, sure, you kicked me out. Crap. They're all stuck in there still. Round 2.
Okay. What I will say that you have in front of you, alongside this device, there are other alien devices that you stole from the laboratory that you have access to. That includes the interface, sort of what is easiest for us to articulate to ourselves as a tablet seeming kind of thing that was used to engage with the pod that was in the underground lab, the secret lab below the main lab that you were in. That also, I believe it was shared with Bree. So I believe Bree has this information from Joey and Chris, was similar to, possibly in a general sense, not literally the same item as, but the same as what Dr. Ziad was using in the silo, right? So you could try to interface in some manner through that. You could try to engage with the item that is floating in midair, that is connected to your two friends and seemingly somehow encasing their bodies in something at a slow enough pace for you to try to do something about it, but it's moving. It's not going to take forever, right? Or you could try to use any of the other alien tech. I will remind you at the same time, Franny's freaking out. You're hearing very loudly emotionally the pain coming off of Frankie beneath Franny, who is non-responsive. Frankie's mom is honestly useless in the corner. Sam and Kaysen are also out cold on the floor. What would you like to do with all those options, specifically with regard to what you just described?
So seeing and like feeling the devastation coming off of Frankie, I think that's who I'm going to go to first, because I don't feel like Bree could handle the goop by herself. So I think that first off, Bree is gonna she'd like to look through the alien tech to basically see if she can, like, very comic book style, find something that can open a doorway to wherever they are. Kind of like look through it, like, where's the eye when you need it?
Well, you want to get in there so you could say, Dormammu, I have come to bargain, right? So fully get that. Okay. What trait do you think she's using for that?
I'm conflicted because part of it is just trying to figure out one that'll do what she wants it to. But but also she doesn't want to accidentally like click all the buttons and oops, it's Armageddon. So
Yeah, she doesn't know what any of this does.
No.
So this is going to be interesting. But yes.
So I think very much like because she's trying to be careful, I think we're gonna go with either and remind me, what does Grace do again?
So Grace is a path of least resistance in a certain sense, but I don't think that actually fully characterizes it, because really what you're doing is taking a more intuitive approach rather than a more analytical approach, is maybe how I would articulate the intent there. Also, it's about finesse, right? So if you're trying to approach things in a way where you're trying to be careful to not like accidentally set something off or what have you, that would be a pretty appropriate application of Grace.
I think that sounds like more of what she's trying to do, because like she doesn't know the alien language. She doesn't know what these objects do to use her street smarts. So she's just going purely intuition of like, we're going to try this one and hope it works. Whichever one looks.
What do you have?
I have one.
One. I have a really important question. You're back in your body and you cannot simply utilize your will and creativity and imagination to change reality around you in the way that you just experienced. You felt a yearning that was loud enough for this hungry entity to feel it too, to stay in a place that would let you do that. Do you, as you try to interface with what is your best, very clearly uninformed guess as to which item is the right one to use and the right way to use it, feel the weight of self-fulfilling prophecy?
I think there's a bit of an internal battle, because there is definitely the fear of, I don't want to mess this up. I'm having to do this on my own. My friends they're relying on me. And what if I mess up? What if I touch the wrong thing? What if they get turned into full goop monsters? But I think while that voice is still there, the experience of that world where she rewrote the rules has kind of opened a new path for her, in that she does not feel as confined as she used to be. Like before, she felt like she was breaking rules because, well, there's no other way. I have to follow the rules, so I guess I'll just break them. And I think she's coming to a realization of that those rules were written for people that are not disabled. These rules that we know of are written for those people. My body is different. My needs are different. And so I got to write my own rules. I can't play by a rule book that is slated for me to lose anymore, whatever it takes. And I think that she is going to kind of like take this, you can do it. You're not a loser. You're not what they tell you you're going to be. And I think it's like that internal monologue of like feeling those feelings of that inner monologue, instead of that voice that has been overtaking her of you can't, and listening to all the voices telling her what she can and can't do. She's using, instead of like listening into her intuition and trusting that she does have what it takes, she does know things, and kind of shedding this air of what has been put on her. And she will then kind of look at the devices and then go with her gut, which one makes the most sense, and then she'll go with that.
Love that. I am ruling that that self-fulfilling prophecy does not apply here. The rules as written do not allow me to remove your condition without you doing rest and care with another player. But I will say that in this moment, it feels to me as though you should remove that condition because you have essentially articulated rest and care in a fashion that feels deeply earned, makes a lot of sense in the narrative, and functions with just as much care as what rest and care is described to do here. So I'm going to home rule in this moment that not only does it not apply here, you have now removed the condition self-fulfilling prophecy because Bree has engaged with that in a way where it will no longer hold her back. Please go ahead and roll.
Almost forgot the third die. There we go.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'm glad I have a reroll. Because that's a 2, and a 6.
Okay, that is a failure. You draw attention from an outside entity in a negative way. And love. Remind me, love is?
For me, love is an impulse of put yourself at risk to defend someone or something. That is definitely what she's doing right now.
Yeah, you can go ahead and mark an experience for that already. I feel like that's already done. Would you like? I'm guessing you're going to re-roll the failure and keep the draw attention. Okay.
The dice are just deciding a story tonight. That's a 6.
Okay, that is a full success with which you draw attention and you succeed with love. You have already explained how you embraced your impulse. You will need to describe how you draw attention. Your action is noticed by an outside entity in a negative way. The success is you're able to get in. What I need to know to describe this, you picked the piece of tech that looked to Bree, or Bree picked the piece of tech that looked to her as based on being the one that seemed like it was going to be most likely to help with this. It was not the one that Chris and Joey have their hands on. It was one of the other pieces. Was it the thing we're calling like kind of a tablet, or was it a different item?
I don't think it was the tablet. I think she was a little too scared to try the tablet. I think there was like a tertiary object, maybe some sort of like a gyroscope, like this circular spinning object with multiple rings. That she was like, that looks like it could be useful.
And to be clear, she wants back in, yeah?
Yeah, she wants back in, and she wants to choose where she goes, potentially. But she's going to go to the person with the most need is where she's putting herself at risk.
I buy that. She gets this thing up and running. The rings spin in ways that she first would imagine that they would as revving up, and then in ways that she has never seen rings spin before. They segment, vibrate, change shape, turn into something completely unlike a shape she has ever experienced before, continuing to move not simply around, but through each other, into each other, reshaping. When they move into each other, they become more bulbous and then retract. And you see in this undulating mass a portal open. Your mind is able to connect into it, and all you need to do to enter is allow it to occur. And as you do, you give it, whether your conscious mind is aware of this or not, a destination. That destination is who you are thinking of most, who you wish to reach, the greatest source of concern that you have right now. Where do you end up?
I end up with Frankie.
Frankie is on the ground, winded, crashed out, blurry eyes, unable to speak, below you when you arrive in the Infinite Woods. We're going to pause there. Chris, you have enough plumes of smoke for every adult in Oakhaven flying at you as screaming missiles of smoke and viscera from this diorama. A diorama that is growing in size as they shoot out towards you, aiming the grain silo like a gun in the direction of not just you, but Sam, who has stepped in front of you to take these shots for you. You see the creature in this diorama that had been protecting these eggs curl in front of them and loom larger as they do, becoming first the size of you, then an adult, then a building, then a bigger building, then the biggest building in town, the grain silo itself, and large above that. And it seems there is no end to the growth that is occurring as these forces shoot toward the two of you. And while that is happening, you feel the terror that Sam has, yes, for her own safety, yes, for her mom, who might be over there, yes, for all of you, and for you, who she decided to stand in front of anyway. And you hear so loud that it is hard to stay standing upright, the pain and the anger and the sadness and the fear of Frankie like a beacon calling to you. What do you do?
Am I pretty high up?
You're standing in a void. You're walking as though you are on solid ground, but you are in the middle of what is essentially empty space, as far as you can tell. You are the size that you feel you are. There is no static comparative size measurement available to you. You and Sam are about the same proportion you and Sam are to each other in real life.
Okay.
Other than that, you got nothing.
All right. I'd like to try something, and this could be a huge risk, but Chris feeling the emotions, seeing the beacon, but also not wanting to leave Sam behind. He's going to yell out. Normally he whispers, but he's going to yell out and say, "You're amazing. You're fantastic. Help me do this, please." To try to get his leg boosters going. Because the path that they took up, like he felt like on the bike, up and then now void, and now he's not sure. But he has an idea of where he wants to go. And so he is going to try to jet forward and tackle into Sam so they both plummet down in the hopes that he can activate his leg boosters to slow their descent.
I love that. You're rolling with propulsion, impact. What do you think?
I'm hoping propulsion because that's my best one.
Propulsion works. Propulsion was actually my first instinct, so I think propulsion's good. Okay. I do want to point out before you roll.
Yes.
How much do you have in propulsion? You have 2?
I have 2.
Okay. I do want to point out that you're using your rocket rig for this. And your rocket rig has breakdown boxes. So before we get into the actual roll, I just want to point out to you and to everybody at home that you have the option here for as many rerolls as you have, not just from propulsion, but also from those breakdown boxes. If you are willing to use them all the way to the end and leave your rocket rig unable to be used until you take time during downtime to actually do things mechanically in game to fix them,
Okay.
you can use as many of those as you want.
All right.
It's really a matter of how much Chris wants to make this work.
Chris wants to do everything to make this work.
Then let's go ahead and roll a 3d6 with propulsion, please.
Okay. All right. So that is a 4, a 2, and a 6.
So that is a mixed success. Draw attention with love, which it remind me is an impulse or a question.
Love is an impulse. So I'd like to try something here because I think there's the breakdown with the rerolls, but I think isn't there one where you can mark a breakdown to change a mixed success into a full success?
I believe so. I will double check that, but yes, I think you're right.
Okay, because I would like to do that.
Okay. Let me see. Let's see here. I'm finding this as quick as I can.
I think I've got it. 28, page 28.
Okay, perfect. So we're good. You absolutely can. So mark a breakdown. You're able to turn a mixed success into a full success. You do still have 2 rerolls from propulsion. Would you like to try to change
True.
draw attention?
Yes,
You could get a crisis, but
that's
there's a
true.
good chance you won't.
I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, that changes it to a 4.
Which allows you to look cool in front of Sam,
I'm-
which gives you, aside from that just being lovely, it gives you an extra reroll on your next action roll.
Okay, let's go.
So you rolled with love, you look cool, and you're succeeding. Can you describe to me how you succeed in using your rocket rig by pushing it further than its usual limits? You haven't broken it, but by marking breakdown box, you pushed it further, took a little bit of damage, but you looked real cool doing it, taking you and Sam directly over to where Frankie is.
Excellent. Okay, so I think the first thing is as he goes to tackle Sam forward
Mhm.
is that he's gonna say to her, I'm gonna save us both. And this is the impulse of love. Make a promise you might not keep.
She just told you.
But hey, for Chris, it's his. In this case, it feels like his, like a superhero moment, because as he says that, as she looks him in the eyes, and as they plummet, I imagine that like there's a certain, I don't know, like maybe like a fall off from this void.
Mhm.
And as we fall off, we start to plummet down through clouds, and we start to see this area with the trees, with the owls, with the beacon, and with Chris holding on to Sam. He's gonna start to tilt backward, and he's gonna be calling out again, although maybe in the most confident voice he's ever called these out. to his leg boosters, "You're a hero. You're a legend. You're going to save the world." And we see the leg boosters, like there's almost like it's kind of like if you if you race cars in Fast and the Furious, there's the button where you turn it on, you activate the nitrous oxide and the little flames turn on. And for the leg boosters, the little flames turn on. But as they're responding to his words of affirmation, they tilt downward, and it would normally be what he would use to leap up as high as he can. But they're just blasting. You see white smoke coming out, gradually slowing the descent as Chris is calling out to Sam, "You're gonna have to help guide me." And he's trying his best to like tilt, but he needs her help to like kind of angle too, as they're flying downward, zooming left, right, left towards Frankie, hoping for the best, hoping they make it in time.
And they do. They make it to the ground in the infinite forest next to Frankie. And Bree, you see shortly after you've arrived, moments really, and taken in the sight of Frankie, that Chris and Sam very coolly crash land next to you. It is a crash landing of a sort, but it is with style. I mean, you've never seen Chris have the kind of grace that Chris has here. And Chris was moving like a bullet. And Chris, you and Sam tumble as you land. You come to a stop next to each other on the ground, and she gets up on her arms, still laying there, and looks over at you and says, "I think you're amazing too." You realize that she thought you were talking to her, not the leg boosters, when you went to take off. And you are able to see, if you look in her direction, past her, to where Bree is next to Frankie, curled up on the ground, clearly in distress, unable to breathe, tears in her eyes from physical pain, maybe more. Joey, you have your entire consciousness filled with overlapping possibility. You don't just see different versions of your memories. Staying here in this moment, letting the background radiation, as your brain has decided it should be referred to, so that it can be contextualized as something, stay undefined in the background. You receive a gift from First Contact of clarity regarding what may be to come. You see every version of yourself that could emerge from this moment all at once. What was the first time someone called you a genius, Joey?
I think that it was when Joey was pretty young. Because Joey gets a lot of his genius from his parents, who are both also geniuses in their own rights. And I think it was that Joey was being compared to his dad, actually, which I think, looking back, feels nice. That, like, the parent he gets compared most to is his dad as a, trans kid, that he's always had that identification. But that in that comparison, it was a family friend watching Joey as a little kid making a comment about how you're going to be a genius just like your dad.
Mhm.
Right. And it was this kind of like cute thing of like, oh, look at, like little kid, right? Like very young. Oh, this cute little genius because you're, I don't know, able to say more words than most kids your age can, like because of something very benign that got him given this label, really mostly just because of who his parents are. So I think it's a label that's been with Joey and a reputation that Joey's had for a long time.
You step through that memory and stand in it both in the position of yourself and of your father. And standing looking at your small self through your father's eyes, your gaze looks past that and sees yourself at about double your current age, early to mid 20s, roughly, looking a lot like photos of your dad around then. Do you think you see yourself doing the same kind of work your dad does? Or are you doing something else? Where does your genius take you?
No, I think that Joey's genius takes him somewhere else, especially after all of this. I think that Joey always loves, computers and technology, and he's always going to love that. But the idea of having to study and do something that has to do with math for the rest of his life is not, that would be too frustrating for his brain. I think that his genius takes him in a more creative direction, in a direction that's going to involve more about connecting with people than just sitting behind a computer all day. And I think he is realizing that I don't think Joey's ever envisioned a future that looks different until he's seeing this future version of him.
He sees himself moving away from the expectations he might have harbored and toward a truer version of how his genius may manifest who he is and what he wants to do with his time on this planet. And past this 20-something version of himself that looks like a young version of his father, you see a 30-something version of yourself, Joey, looking like your own version of what it is to be a man in your family. Somebody who has built a home for himself in terms of community and creativity, who's doing work that means something to him, that he can feel proud of, and that helps him build out a community of people who need to hear what you have to say, who need to share in what you are making, and who need the home that you are helping to build with them for their own forms of genius to flourish. What does that look like for you?
Yeah. I think that it is about the community, truly. I think the thing that pops into my head, and this is maybe my own little self-insert fantasy, even when you asked about what Joey's form of genius looks like, was telling stories, like that creativity as a form of genius. And my little Trekkie, I'm holding up the wrong side of my shirt, my little Trekkie, like actually writing Star Trek episodes, like writing sci-fi episodes, influenced by his own now sci-fi experience, that their future is working in a creative community and being able to contribute to the things in the media that they love, and being one of many, like some of the folks who worked on DS9 were, who just subtly made it a little bit more gay. Not enough to get them kicked off of the air, not enough for them to lose their jobs, because it was the 90s, but enough that people caught the message so clearly, enough that the audience and the people who were watching picked it up, and that Joey becomes someone who his genius is his ability to tell stories, his ability to make people feel, his ability to share and connect. And I think that I don't know how clearly it defines out exactly who's with him. I don't know if this is like a true vision of the future or what he wants the future to be, because he wants to still see his community of his friends with him. He wants to still see himself keeping in touch with Chris and Bree and Frankie. And I think he wants to see Kaysen there with him. Maybe in a way, in a context that the younger version of him couldn't even quite possibly imagine, because their relationship looks different than anything he's ever seen a relationship be depicted as. But it's very clearly love.
Kaysen. Kaysen's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're remembering now.
Yeah.
Kaysen's, you felt Kaysen somewhere here, but you haven't seen him anywhere. That pulls at you a little bit.
Yeah.
The Kaysen you see in front of you, you don't feel anything off of right now. It's maybe a true vision of the future. That's not what you're questioning there, but Kaysen isn't standing in front of you here. Not really. Kaysen's somewhere back there, somewhere near that background radiation. But you are seeing yourself able to work on the stories you love with resources at a level that allows you to reach a lot of people. The stories you're able to help tell make a real difference the same way that these stories have been making a difference in your life in 1996. Remind me exactly how old Joey is in 1996.
14.
So Joey will be in their, let's call it mid to late 30s, right? Not at a very different time than when we're recording this right now.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time Joey sees himself doing this, what he writes can be gay as hell. You can do whatever you want with that. But Joey doesn't have the same need in terms of external pressures to hide or code what he's trying to get across. Joey's functioning in a space where he can be exactly the artist he wants to be, telling exactly the stories that he wants to tell, with the people that he wants to tell it with, and for the people for whom he wants to tell them. At a recording of this show that is done live, special anniversary thing, right? Now in his 40s with Kaysen, I don't know if they want to have a family, if not a found family, whatever family might look like to them. Sees a bunch of kids from all over wearing the same kind of Star Trek shirt you got on right now, more or less, Quinn. So excited to sit in the audience and watch a story that makes them feel seen. This entity is showing you that you have the ability, Joey, to carve out the life that you want, and that it wants you to do that. It wants everyone to do that. It wants that. It wants to exist. It wants to survive. It wants to be seen. It wants everyone to be okay. And it is doing everything in its power to make its version of your vision possible. Even if that is something that it can only communicate to you by putting it in the context that you can understand. And if the reality of that is something that your brain is simply not designed to fully comprehend.
Yeah.
There is nothing, I want to be clear about this to you, Quinn, as much as noting that it's clear to Joey. There is nothing about this experience that is untrue. Joey does not know how what is happening functions, but can feel that what is being shown here can absolutely really be his future. Perhaps actually is at least one existent version of his future that he is actually dropping into in this moment in time through what is happening. But the reason that he is being connected to it is because this entity he has touched with a hand that contains infinite possibilities in its palm, it wants you to know that this is how it feels too.
Mhm.
You can stay as long as you want. You can keep going, see further, see other possibilities. The background radiation will start to fade. Kaysen's back there. So are the rest of your friends. What do you want to do?
I think this feels very, like a lot of things we've been doing, feels very Star Trek to Joey, because it is communicating in the way that this thing, this being, can communicate back with me. And I know there are several Star Trek episodes that are about finding the way to communicate when you don't have a shared language, right? And in this case, Joey fully knows and is fully aware of the fact that they do not comprehend this thing in front of them. Like, they are having an experience that is true and feels true, but is their brain making sense of something incomprehensible, and this thing trying to communicate in the only way that it can. But Joey also feels the background pull and sees Kaysen and remembers Kaysen and knows Kaysen is there. So I think that Joey is going to try, similar to what we've been doing this whole time in this awkward, not just Joey, but Chris and Bree and Frankie, in this kind of awkward communication dance, to try and communicate back in the language that it speaks by just showing it a memory as well, right? It's showing me memories of the future. I can't do that, but I can show memories of my past, and it's been able to see that. Because I think what Joey wants to convey in this moment is just, thank you for trying to talk to me, right? Like, thank you for trying to make this connection with me. And I honestly think that because it's a recent memory, because it happened in the course of our game, was the memory of that rupture that happened with Kaysen specifically, since Kaysen is so on their mind right now. And it's the memory of, like, look, we got off, like, not that we got off on the wrong foot, but in this case, I did something that broke this. And me and whatever this creature are, we've not been communicating clearly. We've been misunderstanding each other. But what I'm showing is the memory of the repair and trying to say, thank you for taking a step, right? That can't happen unless both of us are willing to talk to each other. I don't know all of what this means. I don't know all of what you want me to do. But I appreciate this being making contact with me back, right? First contact is both ways. I am also being contacted in this moment. Even though I'm the one reaching out, it is also reaching back to me. And so I think that's the last thing that Joey wants to do, is just try and find a way to say thank you without the words thank you, before he turns his attention back into the static and the background radiation that is behind him, so he can find Kaysen and find his friends and make that future real.
I love that. You don't have to roll about that. You will have to roll about finding your friends. You don't have to roll about that. You find yourself suddenly on an alien planet that you don't recognize. No, you do. Why do you recognize it? And you look down at yourself and you're wearing a Starfleet uniform. And you see yourself reflected in a pool of water or a pane of glass, whatever you think might be reflective around you. It doesn't really matter. You look like you as Jean-Luc Picard. And you have a Temerian in front of you who says, Darmok and Jalad on the ocean. Sokath, his eyes uncovered. Mirab with sails unfurled. And you understand, Trekkie that you are, Joey, that Darmok and Jalad on the ocean signifies cooperation, teamwork, and moving forward successfully. Sokath, his eyes uncovered, signifies understanding, realization, and successful communication. And Mirab, with sails unfurled, signifies a new beginning, embarking, or taking action for success.
Annie, you and I were thinking of the exact same episode.
I mentioned this earlier. How do you
I don't
think
have
I-
all of that memorized, but Joey in character says it back. I think as the memory or vision or whatever this is starts to fade. In just what is later he will process as one of the coolest moments of his life.
As it fades, whether Joey realizes this consciously or not, it is actually up to Joey which of these two things happen. 3 things happen. Joey can attempt to re-enter his body on Earth in the hideout. Joey can attempt to reach Frankie. Joey can attempt to reach Kaysen.
That's what he's gonna do.
Okay.
He's gonna try and reach Kaysen.
How? I need to know narratively and trait-wise. I'd like to know what trait you'd like to use.
It's gonna be Grace again, because I think that is just what Joey is leaning into now. I think that it is... He's gonna try essentially the same thing as before. I think the thing that's different, like why I think he can attempt this again as before, like you said, Danny, I don't know what Kaysen feels, right? I think now, with this vision of the future, Joey is what... Maybe I do know what Kaysen feels. Like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm actually am noticing something that's there. Maybe the way that he talks to me, looks at me, acts around me, that's just been right over Joey's head. I think all of those memories are starting to play since Joey's been engaged in his memories of how awkward Kaysen is around him. And he goes, maybe I do know how he feels. Maybe he feels almost the exact same way that I do. And so he's looking for that feeling that echoes what he feels.
I love that. How is he doing that? Which trait would you argue
Grace.
is applicable?
I think, again,
Beautiful.
Grace is the
100%.
yeah
Yeah.
emotion one.
And remind me how much you have in Grace right now?
1.
Yeah, I'm not going to say overwhelmed applies to this. I don't think that you're overwhelmed at all. In fact, arguably in the same way that I mentioned with Bree before, with this breakthrough that you've just had overall, I would argue that counts as rest and care, and you can remove that as a condition.
I think Joey was overwhelmed in such a positive way. Like, it was such good overwhelm that the other feeling from before is faded, or that he's interpreting it in a new light. I don't actually mind being overwhelmed when I'm being overwhelmed by, like,
that's what I mean.
Fantastic memories of my future. I'll take
exactly.
that.
It's a lovely, overwhelming. It's an empowering one. It doesn't stop you anymore, which is why I would declare it as a condition.
Awesome.
Love that. So yeah, let me know what you rolled.
All right. I rolled a 4, a 2, and a 6. And I
Okay, so that yes.
don't think I'm going to re-roll any of that because re-rolling the 4 feels very dangerous right now. I'll take the mixed success.
Do you want to? But it's a 4, a 2, and a 6. So do you want to think about the draw attention? I know
That's
you
so
could risk
true.
a crisis.
I'll re-roll that. 2 is low. Odds are fine. I looked at the 4 and the 6 and I went, that's okay. And then I threw my dice on the ground.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
But that's a 2 again. The dice have spoken.
The dice have spoken. You'll get to decide, at the very least, one of the beautiful things about this system, how you draw attention, your actions being noticed by an outside entity in a negative way. But you succeed in, you have a mixed success in finding Kaysen. You said that is a 6 at the bottom. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a
mood?
6.
Is it
Yep.
6?
Yep.
Beautiful. So that is with love. So remind me, is love an impulse or a question?
It is a question. How is it much more complicated than love?
So you are reaching out here, knowing how Kaysen feels now, and you do indeed find him through this background irradiation that you have identified. As you move through it, Frankie's pain and fear and sadness and anger does hit you harder and louder as you return to whatever part of the universe existence, this plane, whatever this is that you're experiencing, that is in some way closer to your friends. But you are not going toward it. You are going toward a different set of quite complex emotions, as Kaysen, who has been alone this entire time, is afraid and quite sad himself and does not know what to do. You can feel loud as day that he is confused. He is desperate. He needs help. And you successfully find him in that state. As he looks at you, Joey, you feel as clearly as you did in those future memories of being in your 20s and your 30s and your 40s that this very young man, still a boy, has in his heart already what he is capable of having in terms of love for you. He feels something, the seed of which could grow if watered and tended over the course of a long and complex life into a forest unto itself of love and joy, mixing the two of you into a life that you both could enjoy, that you both may deserve, if it is what you want. As a bit of that influence from the ascendance of your consciousness starts to fade further away from its source, you drop not fully into your body because you are still in this plane, but into something closer to that, and find that you realize he's crying. Your success is a mixed success. Would you like to take a complication or a narrative, a narrative complication, a condition, or succeed with some other negative cost, since you have not opted to fail?
I want to take a condition.
Okay.
I think that in the overwhelm clearing, something new settles in, and it's something that's been hinted at this whole time with this miscommunication, and now with seeing Kaysen, I think there's a bit of guilt. I think that Joey feels like it's the genius reputation is still there, right? There's the you're the planner, you know better. And that Joey feels like from the beginning of this whole thing, from the moment that we saw the goopy skin moving substance, that Joey let fear dictate their decisions and their actions. And right from the beginning, we could have just done it this way. We could have just asked. We could have just, and especially for someone like Joey, who's like, I know, I've seen all the Star Trek episodes. Like, I get how this is supposed to work. Supposed to. I don't think that they're designed as instruction manuals. But in his mind, he's like, I get how this is supposed to work. And I should have been the one who caught this from the very beginning. And now Kaysen is crying. And I know that he wants to help me, but he is still dragged into this because of me. As much as he might want to be here, he is here because of me. And so I think that's the new condition that settles in as some of the fantastic things that they've just experienced maybe move to become a bit of the background noise as they settle back into their body.
I love that. Please take guilt or guilty as a condition. Kaysen locks eyes with you and says, Are you real?
Yeah, I'm real. As far as I know, I'm real. I think I'm real.
Okay, that's an unclear enough answer that I actually think it's you. I don't know what is happening. Is there something wrong with me?
No.
I don't think this can't be. I think there's something going on.
Yeah,
I am seeing things that don't make any sense.
It's okay. I think Joey gets down on his level, like because you said he's crying. I kind of imagined him like in that same position that so many people and things have been in, that kind of like down hugging his knees position. And Joey gets down with him and puts his hands over Kaysen's hands. Just, hey, I know that this is a lot and that this is weird, and it's not real and it's not you. We're all here. Have you been by yourself this whole time?
Yeah, I don't even know how long I've been here for. I mean, it feels like I just got here and like I've always been here, and I know that doesn't make any sense, and I don't know what to do.
I think we broke outside of time and space. You got to think about it like a Star Trek episode, and that's the only way it's going to make any sense.
Okay, they're not real though, Joey.
I know, but this is.
Okay, maybe Gene Roddenberry knew something we didn't, or like I don't know. Okay.
We something happened. Chris and I, you were watching, right? We touched the technology thing, and it transported us somewhere.
That really happened. So that part was real.
Yeah, that was real. We touched that thing.
Why would you do that? Why did you touch it?
It was the best idea that we had at the time.
You could have gotten hurt.
I know. I was trusting my hand, which is now
trusting your hand?
Is my hand still a galaxy? I look down at it.
It is 100% still a galaxy when you look down.
I just very slowly turn it to show it to him, like, because my hand is weird. And I thought maybe it would know what to do.
I feel like I have to make this a roll. So how are you? What trait do you think you're utilizing in this moment?
It's still grace, I think. It is just like I'm trying to gracefully navigate my way through this conversation to get him to understand enough. I don't need him to understand everything. I don't understand everything. And I think
success
that's okay.
is essentially him accepting what you're saying.
Okay, well, it's a 5 on the first die.
Okay.
5, 4, 1.
Well, you're in front of your crush and you look cool, so you're going to be able to take a +1 reroll on your next action roll. Your mood, though, you said was a 1.
Yep.
Do you want to reroll
I can reroll that though, because I don't love that. A 3.
Anger.
I don't know what 3 is. Oh.
Anger. Is anger your is it an impulse or a question?
It's an impulse, but I do think that Joey is going to ignore it right now. Because it is the impulse that got him in trouble last time when he couldn't manage his emotions in front of Kaysen. And I do think the anger is there. I think it's anger at the situation. It's not anger at Kaysen. It's not even anger at himself. Maybe it's a little bit anger at himself and maybe a little bit anger at his hand. But it's overall, I think, anger at the situation that we're in being so weird and out of our control. And I do think that this time, compared to last time, Joey senses that starting to build and is able to go, okay, that's there. I get that. That makes sense. And I'm not going to express that in a way that's going to hurt someone I care about, and is able to move past that impulse.
I love that. I love seeing that growth in Joey. It warms my heart. No wonder he looks cool and takes an extra reroll on the next roll. That's dope as hell. And remind me the kind of success. It was a 5, right? So it was
5.
a full success.
Yep, full success.
You show the galaxy in your hand to Kaysen, who you see his eyes narrow to focus, then widen with awe. And Kaysen just, if you'll allow, goes up and grabs your hand gently from the back of it, not touching the galaxy on the front, and says, "This is incredible."
Yeah, it kind of
You're
is.
incredible, Joey.
I mean, I don't think I have anything to do with that. I think that's unrelated to me, but it is really cool.
If you allow him to, he grabs your hand and holds it, putting his palm over the galaxy there, and looks you in the eyes and says, No, Joey, this is a part of you now. This is you, and you are incredible. I'm really glad I know you.
You're pretty incredible too.
You and Kaysen, in this moment, holding each other's gaze, open your eyes in the headquarters of the Rocket Club, in the back of Be Kind Rewind. You are floating midair, but the components, for lack of a better term, that had by now reached about half of your body have stopped moving. Kaysen looks up at you from where he fell, and you see a little bit of concern as his eyes adjust and he's trying to orient himself. And he thinks about the galaxy in your hand. And you see the concern drop from him, not because he's not worried about you, but because he sees you and he knows that you have this. We're going to leave you there for now. Bree and Chris and Sam are near Frankie. Sam is in 2 places here. Sam is on the ground unconscious, and Sam is, Chris, would you say in your arms? How did you carry Sam over here?
I think after we landed, I mean, if she can walk on her own, I mean, I would have loved to do like a, hand in hand running towards where Frankie is.
Absolutely. You ran through the infinite woods hand in hand and came across both Frankie and Sam herself on the ground. Sam sees Frankie and has great concern for her, then sees herself and is deeply confused. Bree, you see them run up, and you also see Sam in 2 places. Frankie, you see as much of this as you think you see from the state you are in, fully crashed out. What do you see? Oh, you're muted.
I think Frankie's out.
Okay. Is Frankie unconscious? Is Frankie awake but non-responsive?
No,
sort of
I
just
think
dropped
Frankie
into
is
herself?
conscious.
Unconscious. Frankie, as you are unconscious in this moment, it has found you. It has been looking with hunger for someone to unlock, someone to understand, someone whose pain would help them understand what it would take for you to agree to allow yourself to be a part of the grand plan that it has enacted for the sake of its people. And it allows that grand plan to unfold in front of you because it knows that in the deep state of pain that you live in alone right now, it will eventually get you, as it would get anyone, to agree. It's only a matter of time. And here, that doesn't mean anything at all. A matter of time, maybe right now. The plan that you see unfold before you, Frankie, is a plan that has been enacted for time immemorial. These creatures, it's wards, maybe a word you try to reach for, right? Someone who they care for, not quite exactly their child, and not a child in age, really, but someone for whom they feel responsible for ensuring they stay safe. A relationship that doesn't feel unfamiliar to you, not when thinking of your mother or when thinking of your aunt, but when thinking of Franny. And translated to you in terms that you can understand, that don't require a drop in memory so much as a manifestation in a way that looks to you like a sci-fi film. A sci-fi film from your time. Something that you might see on TV or in a movie theater. Showing you that this force moves into a planet, finds life that is compatible with providing safe enclosures for these vulnerable wards, and utilizes them as a renewable resource, as a farm, keeps them alive in stasis, thinking they're experiencing whatever they want to experience, offering them an opportunity at a life of the mind that is free of what causes them pain and fear for as long as they want to live it. And they give themselves over and over again freely to this in the end, if one could argue this is a free choice. Because as soon as this entity knows what hurts you, it presses there and shows it to you until you are so tired of it, Frankie, that all you want is rest. You know now that the adults in Oakhaven agreed to this. They put themselves in those vats. Sam might have agreed to this if Sam was in one of those vats. You are being asked to agree to this, to save the lives of these creatures that cannot survive without a home built out of your DNA. And in return for your service, you are being offered the life that would free you from what you are feeling right now. What would you like to do? Keep in mind you cannot take a roll because you
I
are
can't.
crashed out.
I mean, I think what I would like, I mean, I don't know if this is like an action, right? But I think the pain is separate to Frankie from the roots of like the relationships that she has with people. And so I think that she wants to make it understand that without those blossoms of pain, nothing grows, right? It's like arid. So, like, if they're talking harvest language, then
Yeah.
she wants to like combat with like harvest metaphor, right?
Yeah.
Putting someone in a tube is fine. It's safe, right? That is in theory safe, but nothing will happen.
Right.
And that can be like if you have lived a life of upset, then nothing can seem better. But if you have lived a life that has included things that are better, then it feels like a real downgrade.
Yeah. And as you show this, there is still something that is breaking through a little bit aside from this pressure for the moment. From a mechanical perspective, this is a threat. There is a clock on it. If there are a certain number of failures or you do a certain number of things, all of you that don't work toward this clock, that will tick boxes on the clock. If it hits the number of boxes that I've assigned to this before you have completed the relevant objective, which I think is clear enough with regard to Frankie, the worst case scenario will happen. So, with that in mind, you communicate, and this does not require a roll because it is trying to communicate with you. There's nothing it would be trying to resist here. It's not an uncertain outcome. You communicate back that sense of an arid landscape, and you see that landscape in your mind around you shift into that arid landscape. You hear cutting through the din of this thing's pressure on you the muffled voices of Chris and Bree and Sam. You realize that the offered utopia away from pain, you don't know for sure, but you suspect it may be alone. That even if they are in a networked something, that it may not be, if they are truly free of that pain, that they are allowed to connect with each other. That if they experience versions of the others, those are projections in their own minds, thoughts of who they may be, not an opportunity to actually be with the people they love. But the people you love, you hear them, some of them, somewhere out there. Bree, Chris, what would you like to do?
Bree is just going to like basically say blanket and then hope a blanket shows up. Because she's willing a blanket to exist next to her.
Okay. I think I have to make you roll about it. I really don't want to. I just want a blanket to show up. But roll about it. Let me know what you're rolling with. Chris, what do you want to do?
I think Chris is just in awe because he didn't even consider the idea of just materializing things. So if he can help Bree by just being
100%.
like, what? Wow.
I fully buy that. You can take an extra reroll on that. What do you think you're rolling with, Bree?
I think this one it's going to be with Grace, because she's very much learning is that at least here it is more of what you feel and you will to happen than necessarily the mathematics of how it all works. Like your brain will break if you go too far into it, or at least her human mind will.
I love
So
that.
instead it's
I
just
think
like, I believe it exists, so it exists.
I love that so much. Remind me what you have in Grace?
I have one in Grace.
So you have 2 rerolls on this, thanks to Chris.
All right.
Let me know what you roll.
Chris, I'm really, really glad that we have rerolls, because I rolled a triple 1.
Oh my
No.
gosh.
I will say, if I could interest you in a flashback,
Yeah.
you can keep those 3 ones. You get a flashback out of it. You get a flashback. I get a misfire and a crisis with fear. Sounds like a win-win to me, Bree. Mary, come on.
I mean, if we had like 3 more hours to play, I would.
I know. Yeah. No, would you like to re-roll the misfire or the crisis first?
We're gonna re-roll the one that's the success or failure first.
Yeah, that's
I can never
the
remember the
misfire.
exact
I got you.
terminology. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. The outcome is the misfire. Yeah.
Okay, misfire. Yep. We're gonna try that first. Nope, that's a 2. We're gonna use our last re-roll.
Okay, just as a note, before you roll,
Yes.
if you accept the failure and re-roll the crisis, you just failed to manifest a blanket. Whereas if you re-roll the failure, you could theoretically get a misfire again. You definitely have a crisis.
Okay. I want to. Okay. Yeah. I want the blanket.
I mean, you get to decide what the crisis is. So it's entirely fair. If you want to do that, let's go.
What if the crisis is that there's no blanket?
Or too much
Schrodinger's
blanket. Yeah.
Too much blanket.
It's just all blanket now. It's a world of blankets. Yeah.
Hey, that's a 5.
Okay, that is a full success.
Nice.
So you do manifest a blanket. It causes a crisis and you experience this with fear. So is fear an impulse or a question for you?
It is an impulse that is an anxiety attack, and I feel like we have too much going on for Bree to have an anxiety attack. So we're going to deny the impulse for now.
Okay. All right.
We're keeping it hampered down.
I was saying, just when you get into the description now, if you could give me a little bit narratively of how she tamps it down.
100%.
Mary, I have a gift for you.
Oh,
Crisis. Describe how the situation is now significantly worse for you and your friends. You get to decide that, not me. So
We're cold.
please.
We already
yeah,
established.
I'm going to say significantly worse for you and your friends.
I hate being cold.
Take it away. I appreciate the hustle.
so I think that the way things are significantly worse is that whatever this entity is learning too much about us, and the proximity rule is starting up. Because right now we have spent a lot of time in whatever this place is around it. And we know the rules is there's proximity. So whatever this thing is now close to us. Not necessarily our consciousness, but it could be close to our bodies.
Arguably both, I think,
Both.
because while it may be close to your bodies, that has not yet been clearly delineated. But it did, something did go off that did indicate it knew where you were. So maybe. It's close to you through Frankie. It's in whatever manifestation of Frankie is in front of you right now. And you, every moment that you spend close to Frankie trying to help is moment that you risk that happening to you. So you see Chris in Sam, the conscious, not unconscious Sam. Sam was looking at Frankie, and you could see if you glance over at her that she's trying to focus on Frankie's needs, but it is freaking her out that she's unconscious on the floor while she's standing there at the same time. And it keeps drawing her attention over. And you see her stare go into 1,000-yard stare past her own body on the floor. And her body goes a little bit slack. And her mind is going elsewhere. What would you like to do?
I think, first thing, I think that Chris is gonna try to like pull Sam out of it. Like, I mean, before he told her about her mom not being real. And I think Chris is going to try to point out all the bits of evidence and say, hey, we make rockets. We do science stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's popped up here in this area that doesn't feel really real. That's not you, Sam. You're you. You're real. That isn't.
Love that. I again wish that I didn't have to have you roll here because I just want that to work. But we are playing a game, and this is the kind of thing you would need to roll about. So how would you say you're doing this in terms of the trait that is most at play here?
So I think it is propulsion, because he's relying on his instincts that have worked in the past.
Okay, I buy that. You took a condition. Remind me. You have a
Yes,
condition
I've got
now?
two conditions.
Two conditions.
And
what are they
so
again?
loss of self. And so I feel like that will come into play here, because it's like,
Mhm.
if I'm not entirely sure of who I am, how can I be sure of my memories?
Yeah, of course.
Failure, I think that will come into play too.
Yeah. Now, the good news is the way that M set up the rules, even if you have multiple conditions applying, you only take one negative.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you're good. You have 2 in propulsion. You should still have
Yeah.
1 reroll. Plus, you looked cool in front
True.
of Sam. So you are
True.
back up to 2 rerolls because of that.
Excellent. Okay, let's go. Let's do this thing. I got 3 5s, baby. Let's go.
Okay, that is a success. You learned something, and that is with thrill, which is an impulse or a question for you.
Thrill is a question. What other emotion colors this feeling?
You see, if it can help you,
Yes, please.
you see the success a little bit. I'll give you the learn something maybe after you tell me about thrill. But I
Okay.
will say you at least do see Sam come back into this present moment with you, not stare past you, but at you and into you and say, I think we need to get out of here. Tell me about your thrill.
Great. I think that the thrill, it's the feeling of perhaps being able to finally make good on a promise he's made throughout this entire time. Because he did say to her that he would save the both of them. And seeing him able to, in this moment, snap her back into reality, back into the moment, so that she doesn't fall slack, that gives him hope. Hope that even if it's just one little step at a time, we can take those steps together.
I love that. Learn something. You can ask me one of the following questions or something similar about your immediate situation. I'm going to define that here, not just as what is happening to Sam or what Sam is talking about with regard to, I think we need to get out of here, but what is happening to all of you in this space,
Okay.
right? Here are the questions you could ask. You can modify them a bit if you need to. What has been hidden or overlooked? How is this person vulnerable? You would have to tell me who you're talking about there. Which would immediately be Sam, but I would buy pitches for potentially putting 2 and 2 together about somebody else if you want.
Mhm.
What is the biggest threat right now? What is my best path forward? What is the best escape route?
Best escape route.
You have found it in Sam. If you and Sam can find in each other something that causes you to reject what this place offers and return to your bodies, you will. You simply need to decide that you want to wake back up and you will be in your headquarters.
I think like putting those dots together. Frankie's still unconscious.
Fully unconscious. Bree is next to her. At this point, as Sam has said that to you, and you look around, you realize that her unconscious body on the floor has disappeared.
Okay. In that case, Chris wants to say to Sam, I'll be right behind you, but I need you to know that this isn't real.
What do you mean you'll be right behind me? Why aren't you going to come with me?
I need to help Frankie. I need to be there.
Well, then we both need to be there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm not going to leave you here. I'm not going to leave her here or Bree here. Where's Joey?
Okay. And Chris is gonna lead Sam back over to where Frankie is, and we'll be there to support Bree and what she'll do next.
Bree, what would you like to do? And Frankie, while this is happening, you're able to hear this exchange. So you have just heard, not close, but clearly enough to understand what was said, that Chris and Sam sound like they chose to stay just now for you. They could have left, and they didn't. They could be safe, and they're not. They're not safe because of you. They're not safe because they want to help you. They're in danger because they're trying to help you. Bree, what would you like to do?
Bree's gonna wrap the blanket around Frankie. Like, she doesn't really know what happened here. She doesn't know like what trauma has happened at all. But I think she's gonna say, Frankie, it's okay. We're gonna have that sleepover that we both always talked about. That never got to happen. But you gotta wake up and you gotta help me because my arms aren't strong enough to. Well, Chris is here. I guess we could carry you back, but I don't know how we're going to do that. It would just be a lot easier if you could just wake up, please.
as you say that and you mention the sleepover, am I right in hearing in this that Bree really wants to be able to talk to Frankie?
Yes.
The thing paying attention to you inside of Frankie receives that, feeds on it, and you drop into what is an apparent state of unconsciousness in this realm and into the same subsequent mindscape wherein Frankie is held. The two of you are there now together in an arid landscape. And Chris and Sam, you watch as Bree goes unconscious next to Frankie. Bree, Frankie, you are together. What would you like to do?
First of all, you're welcome, Chris, for making your life more difficult. Chris is like, I made a decision. Immediately, things become worse for him. I think Frankie, like, is there any prescribed way that this landscape looks like where Frankie is?
The last time that you changed it, you made it into an arid landscape to communicate the idea that this was going to be.
That's right. I think what she's doing, like what you see is Frankie is like on her knees trying to like, there's like a tiny sprout of a plant. And I think that Frankie is like almost mind meld. Like it looks like she's trying to mind meld with it. She's like trying to will it to grow. And she turns and you see that she has like dirt over her cheeks. And she's been touching her face with her hands in the dirt, and she says, "Are you real, or are you another thing?"
I really hope I'm real. That'd be a really big problem if I wasn't.
Okay, so are you like up to date on the whole? It's like you opting in. They're making you opt in for this.
Huh?
So basically, the adult. There's a lot. Okay, so I kind of mind melded with. You know how Joey always talks about mind melds? Well,
Oh
I kinda
God.
mind melded with it, and it's like it wants us to sign a consent form, basically. You know how like sometimes people can choose to like go into, in sci-fi, people can choose to go into like stasis. That seems to be what this is. So I'm trying to convince it that like, taking advantage of people's pain isn't cool. But I don't think it understands that concept totally. So it's a lot. A lot is happening right now.
Yeah, that's a lot. I just want to punch it in the face now, but that's okay. We
I'm
need
trying to
to
explain
go.
the concept of consent, and it's really hard.
Yeah, if someone doesn't understand it, first go. I don't ask questions. I just punch. So that's my answer. But look, Frankie, you're knocked out where you are right now, and your mom's really worried, and Franny's really worried, and we're all trying to get you to wake back up. Okay?
Well, but I feel
You're not.
there's a lot going on. I feel real.
I know you are real. Your consciousness is real. It's just not where it should be right now.
Look, I saw this thing once that said that if you can do this with your hand, then you're real.
Long stare for a moment.
It was like one of those chain emails that my aunt got at City Hall. Was
Got
like,
it.
if you say "rubber baby buggy bumper" 10 times in the mirror, then like a rubber. It's not real important right now, but anyway.
I get it. Look, Frankie, we have all the power here. You do know that, right?
I mean, we can say no, but I was kind of trying. Look, I feel kind of responsible. Okay, I feel pretty responsible because I've always been like, I haven't really wanted to like be associated with my family, but now my aunt is like she like signed herself over clearly to be like part of this thing. So like if these people want to be in the goo, then like should they have that ability to be in the goo? Because I don't think that they are like not fully knowledgeable about the repercussions of being in the goo. And I just think like, you know, it's really complicated because everybody's always like, Frankie, you know, you're part of the Rocher family. Like, you know what's going on. And I'm like, no, I almost never know what's going on. And so I'm never really sure if they're going to invite me because, like, they like me or because they kind of want, like, an inside track, you know? And so, but now I'm this person who's, like, trying to convince an evil alien being, not even evil, like, a neutral, you know how Joey was telling us about, like, the alignment? And it was, like, you know, like, lawful and chaotic. This isn't important. We can't go into this right now. But anyway, this alien is just like doesn't understand the concept, and so I'm trying to explain, and it's just there's a lot going on. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a little scattered right now.
No, that's okay. That's okay to be scattered. I give question. When the people said yes to it, was there anything that pressured them at all?
I mean, like a giant alien being. Probably. And like their worst nightmares being like poked at basically, because it takes the way that I felt is like it sees your pain and it's like, hey, this sucks, remember this, and then it like waves it in your face, like, you know, like if like you know on TV like siblings do that sometimes where they're like, hey, stop touching me, it's kind of like that but with like everything that you hate. So it's just like, look how much this sucks, don't you want to take a nap instead? And everybody's like, yeah, this sucks, I want to take a nap.
Then that's not consent.
Yeah.
So they're in the wrong.
Yeah. So I'm trying to convince them of that.
There's a moment where Bree kind of takes a deep breath. You can't always convince people of that. You know that, right? Some people are not good. Even if they believe they are right, that doesn't mean they're right. Taking someone's life away, and I feel like we've been able to have a conversation at least of like all of it entails. That's, and to feed off of, I get that it's a need for them, but pressuring like that, they wouldn't want that to happen to them.
They call it a harvest. So I made this so that I could like demonstrate, you know, that without like experiencing those things, you don't experience the joy of life. But now I'm just in a desert. So that sort of backfired a little bit. But
no, I
don't
I don't think it did because it got you information. And just because something doesn't work out first, it doesn't mean that it failed. It just means you have to tweak it and try again. But what I'm trying to say is that sometimes when it sounds like maybe there's a way to reach to these creatures. Maybe there's specific creatures within this group that can be taught, but that doesn't mean every creature can. And if they're hurting people that we care about, that's not fair to us either.
Have you ever had a bruise that like you wanted to poke it and someone was like, don't poke it? I think that's what they're doing. They're like forcing people to poke it. Or they're poking it.
That's not right though.
I know. I'm merely the conduit for all this knowledge that I have now accumulated.
I fully get that. But we can't stop them if we don't leave here. Okay?
She kind of looks around. I guess. Yeah.
You confessed your secret and found support. So you are able to mark a major or minor advancement, clear your experience track, Frankie, and Bree, for supporting that, you can mark a minor advancement. You also, in that conversation, I picked up on that, Scattered. You did engage in some rest and care for one of your conditions. So you are
Yeah.
able to go back down to 4 conditions. You still have 4 conditions. But if you two will it, the two of you will simply wake up not in the headquarters first, but in the Infinite Forest next to Chris and Sam. Bree, Frankie, or Mary, Jilly, you can tell me which major and minor advance you'd like now if you know it. If not, you can tell me later. Do you know it by any chance?
I did, and then like 3 hours passed, and then my brain stopped
Don't worry about
functioning.
it. You're all good. Check it out. I will say, Bree and Frankie, is it fair to say that the two of you choose to wake back up into the Infinite Forest?
Yeah.
Chris, you and Sam see the two of them wake up in this space. And the 4 of you have as much time as you need in this moment to talk about what you have all found, so that if you feel that you would do this, you all have the same information. With that information in hand, do you believe that you 3 and Sam would choose to reject this offer, pull back, and wake up in your reality?
Once we get Joey, of course.
I will say you don't feel Joey anywhere in here right now.
Oh man.
So you don't have any sense that Joey is still there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And Bree, you already came back out and went back in. So you know that's possible. Do you share that information?
Yeah, absolutely. If Chris looks trepidatious at all, she's gonna say, "I found a portal maker." That's how I got
Okay.
back. I left once. I just came back because you guys weren't there.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I have an idea of how we can free the adults eventually, but we all got to go back.
Okay. Okay. And he looks around. If Joey's not out yet, we'll be back and you'll be sorry.
Sam squeezes your hand. The hand that has the galaxy in it. And if all 3 of you are in agreement, your eyes open in the headquarters at the back of Be Kind Rewind. Chris, you are floating mid-air, hand against the same contraption as Joey, in parallel with each other. Joey's already there, potentially looking either in your direction or at Case, and maybe once you come to, draws some attention that way. Same deal, other half of the body on your side, it just stopped encasing you, and you feel that you have the power to control how much of you it covers. You are floating up in the air with it. You get the sense that if you choose to have it release, it will release and you will be able to go back down to the ground. Frankie, you come to with Franny over you, saying, "Wake up. No, this can't happen. I'm not, you can't, if you before me, it's not." And what do you do?
Okay. So I have a sort of idea. So I was looking at moves to take for my major advancement, And I think I'm going to take a move from the Genius playbook,
All right.
which is called Latin Club. You have a knack for languages and codes. If you're exposed to an alien language and given time to study, you can gain a rudimentary understanding of it, letting you communicate and translate in a limited manner. And I think that narratively, the time that I spent in that landscape
100%.
has kind of acquainted me with it. So I feel confident that I can explain things. But I don't know. I now know, like Bree said, that not necessarily the whole thing is going to be receptive, like the hive mind.
Mhm.
So I wake up and I think that her mouth is moving, but no sound is coming out.
Mhm.
And she just goes, I think we can talk to it. I think I
Bree,
can
you
talk.
hear that? Bree, you hear that having come back, you already know that you were able to work with this portal contraption. And Joey and Chris, you saw Dr. Ziad using the tablet thing. You now have some of this technology on your body, both of you, Chris and Joey. And if it feels right to all of you, I would suggest that between the linguistic work that you can do, Frankie, the work, Bree, that you've done with the alien technology, especially the portal contraption, the work that you saw done by Dr. Ziad, Chris, and Joey, and what you now have access to through what you have in your hand that you saw as a galaxy of possibility and opportunity and untapped life, and this technology that is on your bodies, you could come together, do rocket surgery, and we can roll to see if you are able to safely disengage all of the pods remotely from here before anybody reaches you, to give the adults in this town the opportunity to make the decision for themselves, not under duress, what they want to do next. Okay. So, as a reminder for you and for everyone at home, rocket surgery is a special action performed when your rocket club works together to create a new rocket rig. The new invention will be an incredible piece of technology cobbled together from the parts at hand, just like your starting rocket rigs, but it doesn't have to fall into one of the rocket rig categories and might not involve rockets at all. This action differs from a regular action roll because more than one player character will be working together, and you do not roll using a trait. Instead, you use the blueprint procedure that I'm about to walk us through. While deciding what the new creation does and how you're going about making it, you also determine the number of rerolls. The number of people working on the project is taken into account here, so the help rules don't apply. What I will say is Sam is there and awake, an NPC who is able to help you, who is a member of the Rocket Club. While your mother, Frankie, is unfortunately still not particularly useful, Franny would love to help however she could. And Kaysen is there, and Kaysen is also eager to help and still as interested as before in joining the Rocket Club. So, with that said, blueprint. Discuss the questions in each table to design your project, then add up the reroll adjustments. What does it do? One cool thing, like launching a grappling hook, intercepting police radio, would be nothing. Each additional cool thing would be a -1. Each incredible thing, such as invisibility, anti-gravity, disintegration, would be a -2. I'm going to go ahead and say, if nobody disagrees, this is a -2 because you're trying to do one incredible thing.
Sure.
What is it made of? Mostly scavenged scraps, regular Rocket Club supplies, mostly high-quality materials, some alien technology in addition to one of the previous options. So I'm going to argue that is mostly high-quality materials with some alien technology. It's pretty much all alien technology. So that is a +3 on that versus the -2 from before. So that is a +1 overall. Who's making it? 2 club members, 3 or more club members, 3 or more club members with extra help from capable non-player characters. I believe it's the third. If you agree, that brings us to a +3. How long will it take? We need it now. No time to waste. It's a tight schedule, but we got this. It happens when it happens. No rush. Feels like we need it now. So that takes us back down to where we're at, a +2. Drawbacks. You can use each option once, combining the results. A major flaw, such as has to stay in one location, can only be used once, is a +1. An additional major flaw is another +1. A dangerous defect causes unintended harm and destruction is a +2. You're currently at 2 rerolls. You are not capped on the total number of rerolls you can put here. So you could add up to another 4 rerolls for 6 rerolls being available if you're willing to put in 2 major flaws and a dangerous defect. What would you like to do?
I think can only use it once makes sense to
We
me.
only need it once,
It's like-
so
yeah, we only need it once, so it's meant to be
Gets up
like
to
a,
3.
I don't know how I feel about danger. Like, I don't know how much danger we want this thing to cause, because 1, we're in our clubhouse, and 2, this is legitimately life or death. Because we
Yeah.
did learn that we could kill the people in the pods. So maybe not dangerous, but
Yeah.
any other.
Yeah. But if you want
I
a
think-
second additional flaw,
Matt, did you have an
could
idea?
Good.
Matt, you looked like you were doing a thing with your hand. I thought you might have something.
No, I was trying to think of something and I couldn't.
Matt's face is
okay.
just very thoughtful like that all the time.
So it can sit at a +3 if you have an additional major flaw, such as has to stay in one location, right? That you would want to add, you could get up to a +4.
Let's do I think stays in one location. We're doing this from here, right? I don't see what's wrong with it having to be in one location from here, right? Like
All right.
that makes sense to me.
So that is a +4. So this is what I'm going to do to make this as fun as possible. 3 of you are going to roll 1d6. The person who does not roll any d6s on that will roll all of the rerolls. So who would like to be the one to roll the first d6 for outcome?
I'll do it. I feel like my outcome dice have been really kind to me tonight. It's my little. It has to be, or it's transphobic because it's my little trans pride dice. So
I love that.
it's
That's
legally
beautiful.
required to be nice to me right now.
Go ahead and roll your outcome.
4.
It's a mixed success.
Not the best, but still a success.
It's okay. I will say for everyone to note, since we do have 4 rerolls, mixed successes are not statistically advisable to reroll. Mathematically speaking, it is more likely that you are going to end up with a worse outcome than a better one. But if you want to try it, you're always welcome.
Can
who
we
would like
see how
to-
we roll for the other ones first?
Oh, you're not going to roll the reroll now. You're going to
Yeah,
reroll.
okay.
You're going to decide the reroll after you see all 3.
Okay.
But I wanted to give that caveat from now so everybody understands what the stakes are with mixed success. By the way, if you do take a mixed success and you choose to take a condition, all of you will take a condition that will knock you back into Crash.
Frankie takes another nap.
Yeah. Side effect. Who would like to roll side effect?
I will roll side effect.
Love it. Go
I'm
ahead and roll
using
me
my-
1d6.
My gold speckled space die.
Love that.
Appropriate.
Yeah.
6.
Hey, something
Nice.
extra. So you accomplished some small additional action related to what you were trying to do. So you all will be able to decide together 1 extra. It's just the 1 extra here. Before we roll the mood die, I do need to note everybody will have to engage with the mood individually. So even though you just get 1 side effect, the mood is for everybody. Who would
Sure.
like to roll mood?
I'll do mood. I feel like if I do rerolls, I'm gonna ruin everything. So
All right, go ahead and roll me 1d6, please.
I've got a 4.
Okay, that is hope.
Okay.
Who has? I feel like it's a good one thematically.
Mhm.
We can go through afterwards, unless you end up re-rolling it. Who has an impulse and who has a question? do we want to re-roll that mixed success?
Yes. How many rerolls do we have?
4.
4. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
On board.
Mary, when you're ready, go ahead and roll me the first of up to 4 d4s you're going to roll.
Alrighty. Okay, that's a 1. We don't want that.
Okay.
No,
I was
that
gonna
is
say
a
if it
miss.
rolls a 1, it needs to go in dice jail, but maybe more
Yeah.
than
Yeah, okay, well, I've got like 10, so we can cycle through
Swap
if we
'em,
need
yep.
to.
Yes.
All right, next D6.
Second up.
That's a 4.
Okay.
Okay, back where we
Back where
started.
we started,
Do we want to try 2 more? Up to 2 more.
I'm a YOLO kind of person, so I say yes.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I say
okay,
we rest on a 5 or a 6. That's
Yeah,
what I
that sounds
say.
good.
for sure.
All right, come on. That's a 5.
Yes.
Good. Hold it there. No more. We're good.
All right, that is a full success with something extra that you all get to collectively decide you accomplish as a small additional action related to what you're trying to do. Here, I'm going to say small is very relative because what you're achieving is huge. So it isn't the additional thing isn't as big as that, but it can be like close. Do you know what I mean? Like it can be small compared to that, but big compared to like day-to-day life.
I want to
and
give a
you all do-
suggestion as the starting off point. Please continue, Danny. Sorry.
Sure. I was just say you all do this with hope. So the last thing I need to ask before we'll go to you now, Jilly, for the suggestion is who has an impulse for hope? Raise your hand. Okay. For those who have an impulse, are you embracing it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mark an experience. Be ready to tell me
Mhm.
how you do embrace it. For those with a question, would you prefer to answer your question now or after we resolve the success?
After we resolve it for me.
Cool. So, Jilly, what was your idea?
Okay, so here's my jumping off point is we have successfully freed the adults and enabled them to make their own choice. I think we should, in a lingering and ongoing sense, make this entity think about what it's done. I think it should like have an overwhelming like I want to leave this entity with a condition is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder
do
if
we
there's like
feel?
a fun way to do that, like even narratively, right? Like because part of how I'm thinking we give the adults a choice is that like as they are freed from the pods while they're still all connected, like we kind of broadcast some of the information we know into their brains about like what this creature has done to them, right? Like, hey, you made a choice, but it wasn't really your choice. And while they're still connected to the pods, the creature feels all of that, right? Like it's so about avoiding negative feelings, and it gets to feel the consequences of its actions and what it did, and go sit in a corner and think about what it did.
I love that.
It's like in Star Wars when I heard a million voices cry out in terror and we're suddenly silenced, but it's not terror, it's outrage. And they were not silenced. They did it.
Matt, Mary, what do you think?
That sounds cool. I think too,
Yeah.
because like we don't know how this entity works, or it sounds like there are multiple entities. So even if we can just start spreading the seed of like, hey, you don't have to do this. Like just like start to, because it seems like this is the first battle in an ongoing. And so for us at least, like to like start that change to hopefully get allies with more information might be awesome.
Absolutely.
I love that. Yeah. Did you have something else to add, Matt?
No, I'm just super on board.
I love it. So the way the success plays out, first you get confirmation that the adults have been freed. They are no longer under this thing's control. They are no longer in the pods. They have the ability to choose once again whether or not this is something that they want. Among those who are freed is Dr. Ziad's son, who was being held to force her to work on this, even though she refused to accept the deal and get into a pod herself. They were reunited. They are safe. Your loved ones and Sam's loved ones, including Sam's mom, are freed. You are reunited with the people you care about who were replaced. Your aunt, Frankie, your coach, Matt, your granda, who was eventually replaced, and your nana, who had been replaced before, Bree. And it is, and for that matter, Marshall. Do you know what I mean?
Can't we tell the difference, really?
That was not really. That was this same game, everybody. The Marshall was replaced. You find out afterwards that Daisy had been rallying the troops in her own way, in a way that was also kind of controlling, though. It was like a little bit cultish going on over there, a little bit undercut by all the adults coming back. She'd been taking advantage of the situation. It didn't pan out for her.
She's mad.
There.
She's mad that it ended.
She's mad. She's real mad. And other people are mad at her because now they know what she was doing, right? You're unfortunately, Ms. Wainwright, not very nice teacher, Joey, is also back, right? And Bree is also back. And everyone has returned. Everyone has a choice. The way that you did it created a feedback effect, essentially, wherein all of the pain that had been pressed upon these people shot back into the entity from which it originated. So it didn't hit the creatures of Smoke and Viscera. It hit the creature behind the silo, right? And that pain was not only experienced the way they experienced it, it caused them to have to confront the suffering that they felt. And through them, the creatures of Smoke and Viscera understood what was being done in their name. And there was indeed some discordance regarding whether or not that is something that needed to occur in order for them to feel safe. The entity that you first engaged with, Chris, far, far away, has called to its offspring here on Earth and indicated to it that it needs to leave and return to be held accountable for what it is doing. It is not yet clear if the offspring will immediately listen. This is not a clean outcome. This will take more work. Some of the people who chose to go into those pods would choose to go in again. Some of the creatures who needed skin suits to survive will put their need to survive and attending fear over the pain that they know the process causes others. Some people will fight amongst each other about how to handle this crisis and any other crises in the future that are similar to this. Some struggle to handle living in a reality that now unequivocally understands that we are not alone in this universe and there are forces beyond our understanding. Some will believe what you have to say. Some will completely discredit you for a wide variety of reasons. For as long as you decide to be there with each other, you will have each other. That is true for you, Bree, even if you decide to go to that other school. In the very short term, I would love, as a close, for each of you to tell me the first thing that you do, not when this is done, but when you're able to rest, to be able to enjoy a moment of quiet and comfort and normalcy. Who'd like to go first?
I got a pretty quick one.
Yeah.
I was thinking I'm going to tie in Chris's impulse from the mood real quick, which was to do something that Chris thinks an alien wouldn't do. And I think that he is going to get another power bar and he's going to eat it with Sam. And he's going to be like, still gross.
I love that. Sam laughs, squeezes your hand, and is content. Who would like to go next?
Bree can go. I think very much it is for Bree, it's bittersweet because this has been amazing and epic, and now she's going back to daily life. So she is just grateful and kind of spends time both with her grandparents and finally setting up that sleepover with Frankie, because she absolutely will hold over Frankie's mom's head of like, I saved your daughter. I get to have a sleepover with your daughter. Okay? We're friends. Deal with it.
I love that. That's awesome. I think that lends itself to going to Frankie next, if you feel good about that joke.
I think Frankie will 100% have a sleepover. And I think that because tied into Hope, the question for Hope is for Frankie is, what sign do you see that things will get better? And I think that it's like while Bree is like aggressively planning this sleepover, Franny and Amelie are like petting Frankie's hair, and like her aunt is like, I think her aunt like bursts in like someone else was responsible for this, and like is good, who did this, and sees them there and like immediately softens, and it's just like, oh, everybody is here and this is a moment that is about us and not about an outside force or somebody's idea of what these relationships are, and that things that are complicated can still be good.
I love that. And finally, Joey.
Yeah. I'm also going to tie this a tiny bit into the impulse from the Hope, because it's create something. It's very appropriate. We were creating something in the process of that role, but the create something, that impulse in particular has already been tied to what Joey is creating with Kaysen. I think in the moment when we were working on that, on the device that we wound up making with the alien technology, it looked like a lot of Joey standing really close to Kaysen and showing him how to do stuff, maybe like grabbing his hand and kind of actually showing him how to do some things with the tools. And I think there's a moment in the immediate aftermath where Joey goes back to Kaysen and just clarifies some things about their Deep Space Nine watching. For one, that it is just going to be the two of them. But for two, I think that Joey doesn't know if that's a date or not, that those feelings are very weird and confusing, and that Joey still needs to work out what love looks like for them and what romance means to them, if anything, and that that's something that they want to be open and honest about, and seeing that version of the future that they believe they can be open and honest. They can find people who will stick with them and see them for all of who they are. And so I think the very ending scene is them still in the Be Kind Rewind, watching this episode that I did pick out ahead of time that wound up being so appropriate because Joey ended with guilty as a condition. And the episode that I watched that does air this year around the time that we set this show is called Hard Time. So that gives you a summation of what happens. It is one of the classic Deep Space Nine Time to Beat Up O'Brien now, which happens a bunch if you watch that show. But it's a very intense, heavy episode that deals with a lot of themes of mental health, depression, and guilt. And so I think it's very interesting to have that be a not date kind of date interaction that they're watching this episode, dealing with depression, having a character, going and talking to a counselor, taking antidepressants when Joey has just gone through all of this himself and has just gone through a whirlwind of emotions and feelings and now gets to watch this played out on screen next to someone that he cares about. Because that's the other really important thing about that episode, is that it is O'Brien's recovery with his family and with the people he cares about and with Dr. Bashir, who Joey already loves as a favorite character because of the romantic ship that he likes. But if this may be just the lens through which I watch that show, and I don't think they'd really developed it maybe yet in this season, but the relationship that O'Brien and Dr. Bashir have is this very, very close friendship that is described in the show as love a couple of different times, right? And is a version of something that by the time Joey is writing won't yet even really be on screens yet, at least not on television screens. It can be on these ones, and it is often. That is a way of showing a love that's different. And I think Joey starts to see that in this show because it's what I saw when I watched it when I was growing up, and starts to see and understand that you can want this kind of connection with someone that's different than just what is the standard defined way to love someone. And so I think that the very end kind of last scene is just the two of them sitting on the floor watching this episode wrap and come to a close, and Joey just leaning a little bit over onto Kaysen. And I think that's where that moment ends.
And that is where our story of A Silent Harvest ends. Thank you very much, everyone. You're an incredible table. I love all of you. It's wonderful having the opportunity to tell this story with you. Thank you for that, for trusting me with that, and for doing this together. Thank you to everybody watching for joining us here. We're going to do our sign-offs now so that you can catch everything else that these amazing people do, because you should do that, because everything that they do is lovely and wonderful. I would like to start with Jilly.
Hi, I'm Jilly. You can find me at Oh Look It's Jilly most places on the internet. And I was your Frankie, she/her royalty today and always. You can find me mostly on Blue Sky updating where I will be. I pop around. This summer we will be kicking off season 2 of Nightmares on the Frontier, which is our Forged in the Dark Western campaign on Sword and Key. I show up on Nerds with Dice fairly often for various things. And I am also a editor of words. I worked previously on a Nautical 5e supplement book by So Many Robots called Songs of the Spellbound Sea, Nautical Adventures in 5e, which is shipping right now, and it looks so good, y'all. Like, the art is perfection. And I will be working on the follow-up book, which has been announced, and you can follow on Kickstarter. It will be launching pretty soon. And that is going to be called Machines of Bone and Blood, The Necro-Industrial Adventures in 5e. So it's a little bit of a different vibe. The last one was very wholesome, fun, nautical shenanigans. And this one's going to be a lot more bone and blood and viscera. But we're very excited about it. I also do a lot of acting and directing, and you can find me talking about that and other things on the internet on Blue Sky a lot. It's late. I've forgotten how to speak. Somebody else, please talk. Barry, please talk.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mary. My pronouns are she, her. I've been playing Bree, whose pronouns are also she, her. where you can find me. You can find me online at the Nerd on Wheels everywhere on social media. Coming up for me, you can find me back here for Vesson on Thursdays, where we are into the first season and adventuring through 19th century Ireland, along with another one of my wonderful castmates, as revolution is brewing. And the investigators are acting as double agents in that they are trying to reestablish Ireland's own secret society under the Britain secret society's nose. You can check all the other updates on my social media. I usually share of things coming up, and I will pass it over to Quinn.
Hey everybody, my name is Quinn. I use any and all pronouns, and I have been playing Joey Sharp, who uses he, they pronouns. You can find me on Blue Sky and Blue Sky only at Quinn Beckham 27. You can also find me most frequently here at Nerds with Dice, where I am a member of our staff. Other than that, I do jump around. I'm in things here and there, but this is where you'll probably find me most frequently. You can also find and follow Nerds with Dice on Blue Sky at Nerds with Dice, where we post all of our casting calls. The time this is airing, we should have a cup. June things may still be open depending on the air date of this. If they're not, I know our schedule for the rest of the year. We have things we're planning as far out as September. We're not overbooked and we're managing it great. That sounded sarcastic. We're actually managing things very well this year. And you can find me at the time this is airing. Speaking of Nerds with Dice, and speaking of other members of the cast, Mary and Danny are both in Fields of the Dead, which is our ongoing gay zombie apocalypse Walking Dead show that is on Saturdays at 9 p.m. EST. And I will pass it over to Matt to do his outro now.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Matt, he, him. I played Chris, he, they, who might have been scared of not quite being himself, but is now happy with the kind of person he's becoming. And you can see me here on Nerds with Dice every other Friday as well, where I play a dude who's grappling with the shortness of his human lifespan, but also gets to adventure with his hero. And if you want reminders on all that, keep up with me on all socials as Improv and RPG. But that's it for me. Thank you so much. This has been such a joy.
Thank you all so much. I am Danny, he, him, Danny R. Mendoza, everywhere on the internet. Blue Sky is a good place to follow me. I am really grateful to say that I am on the two shows that were mentioned here on Nerds with Dice. I'm doing some other stuff here on Nerds with Dice. I am a staff member over at Streaming Rainbow. I have multiple shows going there. I mentioned earlier Rocket Club, a multi-stage anthology where we have shows of Rocket Club here at Nerds with Dice, over at Pantsless Tables, at Pocket Dragon Pub, and at Streaming Rainbow. I'm in the cast of a ton of other shows that you can just find out more about by following me. Do a lot of charity games with Charity TTRPG and Just the Human, as well as at places like here in the Pocket Dragon Pub and Pantsless Tables and Streaming Rainbow. So check all that out, including a robust slate of stuff on all of those channels and some others for Pride. By the time this comes out, this is a good time to start talking about Pride stuff. So we're going to be doing a ton of stuff. I'll be doing some stuff over at The Old Ways, where I'm a cast member on a couple of shows there too, and Many Face Plays, where we do a lot of really fun, interesting work, including a lot of this charity work. During the month that this is going to be airing, I'm also going to be raising money through Charity TTRPG for Doctors Without Borders, with a focus on Palestinian aid. So look out for that stuff and a whole bunch more. In the meantime, have a great night. Thank you so much. We love you, and we'll see you soon.